to the mics, and just as you are speaking today, there is a button to push, and when the light is green, that means your mic is live. So please be mindful of that. It is now 9:10 and we are running a little bit late, so I will try to make my remarks brief, but I do have a few opening remarks today. So I want to thank everyone for joining us. This meeting is being recorded. Can everyone hear me? All right, perfect. I'd like to start by welcoming everyone to the December Montana State Library Commission meeting, and a warm welcome to the new members of the commission. In lieu of roll call, I'd like to do commissioner introductions. Commissioner Hall, I'd ask you to start. We'll just work our way around the table.
Welcome to Patricia and Tom. I'm really excited to have you. And I'm from Bozeman. I was appointed by Greg Gianforte, and I'm really learning a lot and excited to be here too.
Good morning. My name is Tom Burnett. I'm also from Bozeman, recently appointed, a family man, retired businessman, former legislator. I hope to be of some use here. Yes. She made sure I was dressed properly.
Good morning. My name is Peggy Taylor. I also sometimes reside in Bozeman. But most of the time in Whitefish, and I spend most of my time on the High Line in Shelby. I was appointed by the governor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jenny Stapp. I am the state librarian, and it's been my pleasure to be in this position for about 11 years now. I look forward to working with you.
Again, my name is Dalton Johnson, a chair, and I am from Missoula, but Helena is home. And it's always good to come back and see family and provide service.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Patricia Dubosky, Library Director at Montana State University Northern. I moved here most recently from the DC area. But prior to that, I worked and lived in North Dakota for about 5 years. So I'm really looking forward to serving and working with all of you.
Good morning. I'm Robin Scribner. I am a retired teacher librarian, as is Peggy. I am from Geraldine, Montana. My husband and I farm and ranch. Actually, we no longer ranch. We had to sell our cows because of grasshoppers and drought. And that's good because he can be with me here. I am a lifelong learner, and being a part of the commission, I have learned more about what the Montana State Library does and how impressive they are.
Good morning. For the record, I'm State Superintendent Elsie Arnson. I've been on the commission since elected into this position in 2017. Very pleased to be here, and also pleased to say you said teacher librarian, because we need to honor that profession for sure. Looking forward to a great day today of communication.
All right, thank you so much. Genevieve, as moderator of the Zoom room, can you please inform members online the best way to participate in public comment?
Sure, we'll announce when public comment is open, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you so much. I'd like to start by taking a moment of today's time to just show gratitude. Although it is just holiday season, my intention is to continue to provide these services or praise as we continue to move forward. A lot of work goes in behind the scene. Genevieve, your work is a huge benefit to the commission. We could not run productive meetings without you. These meetings take a lot of thought, planning, and coordination. I don't just speak for myself, but for the full commission. Thank you for coordinating and planning our next 2 days in Helena. Excuse me. And I want to extend gratitude to Jenny, who opened her home yesterday to hold new commissioner orientation. I'm incredibly impressed by the quality and dedication by the team at the Montana State Library, not just for the work that I see, but for the public service ideals exemplified by each of you. The values to serve others, to make Montana better and safer, and to make democracy work represents the best of what it means to be a public servant. We come together often without providing praise for the work you do. I've never seen your loyalty or duty to the Montana State Library waver. Your devotion to public service is honorable and represents what is best and important to our shared success, meeting the mission of the State Library. The work we do today spreads awareness and is so important to the success of the library moving forward and for the next 50 years and beyond, which brings us back to today's conversation. We have a full agenda ahead of us today, which really demonstrates the breadth and scale of the work happening at the State Library. In a moment, Jenny will introduce new staff as well as the new executive director for the Trust in Montana Libraries. At which point in time, we will break for executive session to conduct the State Library and evaluation. I'd like to thank the legal guidance from Michelle and Dan at the Department of Administration for all their assistance and guidance to date. Craig Claremont of Corvallis School, who participated in the Montana Memory Project workshop, for joining us today. And a thank you to Dylan Clapmeyer, Education Policy Advisor to the Governor, for joining us later today during the 2023 legislative session update. With that, I invite Jenny for introductions.
Well, first, I do want to say a formal welcome to both Patricia and Tom. I'm so grateful to have both of you willing to roll up your sleeves and work with us here at the State Library. I hope our orientation yesterday was beneficial to you. We are all continuing to learn together, so we're here to help and support you. I hope you will answer questions. And again, as Dalton said, we're here to help support all of you, and I know you'll feel that same support from the rest of the commission. So welcome. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add at this time. Okay, great. Thank you. Then it's my pleasure to introduce Sean Anderson, who is joining us as our new Grants and Contracts Administrator at the State Library. He joined us on Monday, so he's been with us for about 48 hours and he hasn't run away yet. That's good. We introduced some new staff to you at your April meeting, I believe it was. And at that time I said how just proud I was that we are able to attract and recruit colleagues that we know and who are familiar with us and the work of the State Library. I think that speaks well for the State Library as a sought after employer to people who work in our profession. And Sean is someone that we have had the pleasure of knowing for many years. He came most recently from the Imagine-If Library in the Flathead Valley, and prior to that came from the Great Falls Public Library. He and his family are from the state of Wyoming, and he has a long background in working with libraries. He has been a member of our Network Advisory Council for many years. And one of the reasons we knew he would be successful in this role is he has a mind for helping us envision how to roll out statewide programs to support libraries around the state. He understands what their contractual needs are and how we can maximize our investment in those kinds of programs to serve Montana libraries and ultimately serve Montana patrons through those efforts. And so, Sean, we're just so grateful again that you wanted to come and work with us, and we can't wait for the journey ahead. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce Kirsten Cooper, who is joining us via Zoom. Kirsten is the new and first executive director of the Trust for Montana Libraries. As you know, we founded that nonprofit organization in 2019, and we're just so grateful that we're at the point in time now where through investment from donors, we've been able to hire our first executive director. She's working under contract part-time out of Missoula, and I'll let Kirsten say a few words about herself, but she just brought the best of both worlds to the trust. She has a background both as a librarian and did some of her practicum work at the Rosebud County Library in Forsyth, where her family is from. And then she has worked as an executive director of a nonprofit as well. So we couldn't ask for better expertise in leading the Trust for Montana Libraries. So Kirsten, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, I'm a former teacher librarian as well. And like Jenny said, I get to kind of combine two of my passions, library and the nonprofit sector in this job. So I'm really excited to learn about all the things that are going on and excited to meet all of you and be a part of this awesome team.
Thanks, Kirsten.
So. All right, with that, the Montana State Library Commission is now in executive session to conduct the state librarian performance evaluation. As presiding officer of the State Library Commission, I have decided that the executive session discussion relates to a matter of individual privacy, and the demands of individual privacy clearly exceeds the merits of public disclosure. Members of the commission, Jenny and Sharon Hardwick, Agency Human Resources, shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All of the members of the audience are asked to leave the room.
And do you think we have him still? Want me to say something, or do you want to just reschedule him? He's going to the next commission. That is the wrap. So I was waiting for direction.
Why don't you briefly tell us about?
Yeah, absolutely.
His presentation. Okay, I would be happy to invite him to the next commission meeting if that's okay with you guys. Do you want to hear a little bit about the memo and about the work that was done? Okay. Okay. Oh, I should have invited you. Yeah. The MMP better. Yeah. So just to catch everyone up.
Jen, if you could introduce yourself.
Yes,
Thanks.
I was just going to say, my name's Jennifer Burnell. I'm the director of the Montana Memory Project for the State Library. And the Montana Memory Project is a website for Montana history and Montana culture, where we make items available for access that were previously sitting in boxes or file cabinets and things like that. So it's photographs and journals and diaries and some really amazing content that we share. And this summer, with the American Rescue Plan Act funding, we were able to offer our first ever teacher workshop, which is something I've wanted to do for years because I think this is an amazing resource for teachers who are trying to integrate primary resources into their classroom. And we were able to invite, our plan was to host 20 teachers at a workshop. So we did it by application process because we knew we had to limit the numbers for what our budget could withstand. And we invited 20 people to participate. One called me ahead of time and said she unfortunately couldn't make it, and 3 were no-shows, unfortunately. So we had 16. Of those 16, 12 completed exhibits, which was what we had asked at the very beginning, the outset. So let me explain what all that means. We had a 2-day workshop. We hosted it in Shoto. I was able to get a great rate at the hotel there, which is also where I live. So it meant I didn't have to travel. So we saved some money in that respect. And meals were really inexpensive in Shoto compared to coming to like Helena or something like that. So it was a really cost-effective way to do it. And we spent 2 days then where I spent a half a day just explaining the MMP and showcasing all of the amazing content. Right now we have over 80,000 images and documents online. So it's a wealth of information. We walked teachers through how to navigate, how to search, how to find things. And spent a lot of time just getting to know the MMP. Then we brainstormed some ideas of things that teachers were teaching in their classroom and what would work as an exhibit that they could then take and work with their students. We were able to offer a stipend to teachers to finish an exhibit. So they got the next day and a half to just start working and start researching and start writing. We had one teacher finish in that day and a half period. She was just stellar. The others finished after. They had until October 30th. I know teachers once schools start get very, very busy, and I wanted to give them enough time to be able to complete the project. And by October 30th, we had 11 more submit their final pieces of work. My colleague, Dave Colamaria, then went and they were in Word documents or PowerPoint presentations, depending on how the teachers chose to put that work together. He was able to transform that to our platform, Recollect, and make it into an exhibit on the website. So we published 12 exhibits altogether created by teachers for classroom use, which I'm just thrilled about. It's something that I've wanted to have happen for a very long time. So to get more teachers involved and to be looking at the material and how we can use it in a classroom setting is just, I think, a great benefit. So I had hoped to have Craig here to tell you about his experience at the workshop, how he felt it benefited him and his students and his work. So I'm hoping we can do that at another time. And I'm happy to answer questions. There are links to all 12 of the exhibits on the memo that's included in your agenda. And I think they did an amazing job. I'm very, very pleased with the work they've done. The other exhibits that you see on the exhibit page, if you look at directly at that page, have all been created by Dave Colamaria, my colleague. And we have communicated about what we think would make a good exhibit, and then he's gone through and curated those. So there are 38 exhibits now live on the webpage, which is really exciting. So.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Brunel, what was the funding total and how much is spent?
We had set aside, I think, 20,000 to host this, and we spent more like 14,000 by the time it was all said and done. And I have to go back and double check that because we didn't have as many stipends paid out as we thought we would to the teachers for their time in creating the exhibit in the end, because we only had 12. And so Jenny, do you have a total?
I think you're probably right about that total. And for your information, these were some of the American Rescue Plan Act dollars that came from the COVID funding.
And we paid for the teachers to come, we paid for their housing and their meals. So we tried to make it a very low cost endeavor for the teachers and then pay them for their time as well. Because over the summer, we know that a little extra income for teachers is a great thing. As a former teacher myself, I would have jumped at this opportunity. I taught for 12 years as well. And so I know I would have really appreciated an opportunity like this.
Mr. Chair, I was just wondering if you provided units or credit for the teachers?
We did. They got 16 OPI renewal units, 8 hours for each day. I figured that also covered some of their research time after, because we knew they were going to work on this project after, and that was all approved. It was on the OPI calendar. That's how we advertised it, as well as through our colleagues at the Historical Society, advertised it through their newsletter outreach to their education groups that work with history teachers in particular, and then through our newsletter and our Wired listserv.
Thank you,
Great.
Mr. Chair. Bravo.
Oh,
You know,
thank you.
engaging family, engaging community and school in that work. I thank you for that. Just for the commission's recognition, 60 renewal units, or we call them professional development units, are what accelerate a teacher toward the next 5-year commitment for licensing. So 60. So 16 is quite a large emphasis for that. The other thing that I would share with the commission is we've been in discussion with the federal government over these dollars. And I can just say we need to be very mindful of any kind of audit that will be coming forward. All of the monies need to be very much accounted for. So just for our recommendation to Jenny for work and to Melissa's as well, is to make sure that we have, we're very bona fide in our work of using those dollars toward the great work. They will believe, but it's all about an accounting and using GAPA and everything else that we can to make sure that they are there. I was just on with them on Monday with the governor's office regarding these dollars, not specific, but it's very pointed that Congress is making action to hold the department accountable for any money that went out. I am imploring that this commission recognize that probably in every meeting moving forward in a budget mind, that we really look at this infusion of dollar. Thank you. Thank you for the good work.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do the 16 credits count then for steps and ladders and
At the state level, they are for licensing purposes, but it is a recognition for a teacher for professional development to value add them when the next contract comes up.
Jennifer, I do have a question. Is this something that the library plans to continue modeling moving forward? What barriers that were faced that you can learn from if we implement this again moving forward?
Thank you for asking that question, Dalton, because it is something I'd love to do again. I've already had teachers ask if we will offer it again. Who heard about it after the fact. They're like, oh, I didn't know about it the first time. I'd love to do that. So it's something I would love to do. We did learn some lessons. Dave and I have been talking about that and making notes of things that we would do to improve. We hosting it in Shoto worked very well. We were able to keep a lower budget so that we could invite more teachers, which was great. And I would look for a smaller venue like that again. The creation of the exhibits itself, we would give more a rubric for what we were expecting. We got some very different levels of contributions back, and Dave worked magic to get them ready to be published and online and to have our name and the teacher's name on it. So we would do better at giving a rubric and giving some examples of the kinds of research we'd like to go into it so that it's a high quality result. And we've talked about the schedule and how we might redo the schedule a little bit to be better, but we've certainly had interest and we certainly have teachers requesting to do it again. So if we had the opportunity and the funding available, I would love to repeat this workshop.
Thank you. And just please extend our gratitude to Craig, and we certainly invite him to come back.
I've been emailing with him back and forth, and he is, I think, was a little relieved. Maybe he didn't have to talk this morning, but at the same time said he would be very happy to try this again. So if we could have him back at another time and he can walk you through his exhibit on the Métis, I think that's exciting. And Robin was asking me a question about the Métis, that she wasn't familiar with that group of people. They are a Native group in Montana. And we actually have several oral histories that were done by Candy Zion. Do you know Candy? She's from Winifred. Winifred Lewistown area. She wrote an amazing article that is a history of the Métis. And so we are working with her right now to transform that into an exhibit. She submitted it with her last oral histories, which came from the Highline area. And we're going to take that article, instead of uploading it as a document by itself, we're going to make it an exhibit and link her oral histories to that exhibit. So that'll be coming too. And we've also had another institution who's contributed content create their own exhibit. And that was the Montana Museum of Arts and Culture in Missoula. They have all of Henry Malloy's work. And they wrote an explanation of abstract artwork and its importance, and used Henry Malloy's work as an example. And so that whole new collection or new exhibit has just been added, but it was written by the folks at the museum. So there's models for additional people to get involved in creating this content as well. And I'm very excited about that.
Thank you so much for the feedback. Is there any other discussion among members of the commission? Hearing none, I'd like to call for a recess. 5 minutes. Okay, so we will reconvene at prior business. First up is Marilyn.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marilyn Bennett, and I'm the Outreach and Digital Resources Librarian for the Montana State Library. I also manage the Talking Book services for the state as well. So I will be talking about NFB Newsline, which is a talking book service. So just as a little bit of a background, NFB Newsline is a free audio news service for anyone who's blind, low vision, or otherwise print disabled. It offers access to more than 500 print publications, emergency weather alerts, and job listings, and more. Newsline is a service of the National Federation of the Blind, and access to the service is made available to Montanans through one-time only American Rescue Plan Act monies. The National Federation of the Blind is a private organization, and access to the media sources listed in this memo is determined by the National Federation of the Blind through contracts with each listed print publication. Patrons access NFB Newsline through their phone with a touch of a few buttons. They can create favorites, lists, skip articles or sections, and repeat items they wish to reread. I'll draw your attention to the Montana State publications. They offer the Billings Gazette, the Bozeman Daily Chronicle,
Great Falls Tribune, Helena Independent Record, the Missoulian, and the Montana Standard. Now, I won't go through all of the national and international print sources there, but as you can see, they are available for you to read. I will say that the only patron feedback that I have received is glowing and positive. They are so happy to be able to receive the news through their phone, and they really wish to see it continue. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
I asked, last meeting why Kalispell was the only one not included, which is a major newspaper. And I did want to share that Jenny contacted that for me, but I always think that we should all get this. Evidently Kalispell won't do it free and these papers do.
I'm not sure about free, but NFB has contacted them and unable to reach a contract with them.
Okay, that's sad for them because I think that's really sad for them.
If I could share, if that's the reason, is there another way around that? Through the Federation or through some sort of a newsletter that the Imagine If sets out, or any other library within Northwestern Montana might be able to do a portal so that we can at least serve our patrons?
Jenny?
Again, this is a program of the National Federation for the Blind, so they determine what print news outlets they provide access to. The role of the state library is to make sure that we are the sponsoring organization so that Montana patrons have access to that service, but we don't have a role to play in determining what news outlets our access is provided through. So we wouldn't involve ourselves in trying to negotiate that contract between the National Federation of the Blind and the Daily Interlake.
Thank you. If I could clarify then. So what I've done, because of our very rural nature in Montana, that we then become the subscriber for these schools when they lack any kind of a challenge. Is there any way then that we could, as the state library or the commission, put forward either in the budget line or in the work mode that all patrons are being served and that the state library then, through any publication that we have, we absorb that factor so a patron anywhere in Montana could access it? I don't know. Clarifying.
I don't know either. I just know that it's not the sponsoring organization's responsibility to negotiate those contracts. And again, it would be the National Federation of the Blind recording the newspaper on a daily basis and providing access to that newspaper through their platform. That's what the service is.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bennett, this funding is one time only.
Yes.
When does it expire?
During the next legislative season, I think 2023.
I believe it's June 30th, 2023.
Thank you. Yes. June 30.
Sorry.
Any other discussion? Thank you so much, Marilyn.
Thanks.
Kara?
Good morning, commissioners, colleagues, and guests online. My name is Kara Orban, and I am the statewide projects librarian. And in my role, I get to work with libraries across the state of all different sizes and all different kinds of communities, and help us find common challenges that we can overcome together in cost-effective ways. And so today I am here to give you a very quick overview of our hotspot lending program that was established in 2020. And my colleague Rebecca Camp is our data coordinator, and she is at a meeting out of town today. So she's unable to be here, but I'll do my best to represent her work. And so the hotspot lending program, the origins of this program really go back to about 2019 when the state library contracted with a company called Saddle Peak Technologies to collect some data on the state of broadband and connectivity at libraries in Montana. They gathered data from 115 public library locations throughout the state. And then we analyzed this data against national standards for bandwidth targets as established by the FCC. Some other key findings included the fact that 24% of the public libraries in our state reported being the only source of free Wi-Fi in their communities. And among the remainder of public libraries, the other Wi-Fi locations included coffee shops, restaurants, bars, visitor centers, chambers of commerce, churches, town halls, senior citizen centers, rest areas, and youth centers. And so most of those access points would be places of business or other places where people would probably not be spending a considerable amount of time. As for public library connectivity and infrastructure, the report identified top areas of improvement needed for broadband speed, wiring, and hardware updates, such as public access computers that were older than 5 years old. And so what we surmised from this report was that there were two major needs. We needed to help libraries upgrade the infrastructure within the building and the computers. We also needed to help Montanans be able to access the internet more easily outside of the library. So in spring 2020, when schools and libraries were closed due to the pandemic, we saw a very acute need for internet access pretty quickly. The state library received some federal pandemic relief funds from the Institute of Museum and Library Services. That was initially the CARES Act, the coronavirus the CARES Act, the acronym. And we also received some state funds from the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, and a private foundation called Steel Reese Foundation provided some funds. And we used a combination of these funds to set up the hotspot lending program. The State Library has contracts with T-Mobile and Verizon to support the program, and libraries may receive hotspots from one or both of these providers, depending on the cell coverage in their community. And our initial goal was to provide one hotspot for approximately every 1,500 Montanans. And so we looked at the population served in each of our public library systems and allocated hotspots accordingly as best we can within the budget. The mobile hotspot devices come with a prepaid 1-year unlimited data plan so that libraries don't have to spend time administering how much data has been used from patron to patron. And the State Library has been using CARES and then ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act pandemic funds to completely cover the cost of this program on behalf of the libraries that are participating through the end of this fiscal year, which ends in June. So if you're not familiar with the hotspots, as I was not before I began managing this program earlier this year, to be honest, this is what a hotspot looks like. This is a T-Mobile hotspot. This one is not currently active. I have to order a new SIM a SIM card so that I can send it back out to a library to use. But the patron checks this out, they can turn it on, and it will, if it has access to a cell tower, then it will be able to provide a Wi-Fi link for any patron that has a device such as a smartphone or a laptop or tablet. They can find the code and the password and connect to the internet. And we have coverage throughout almost all of Montana. There are a very few spots where these will not work, and we've learned a lot about that over the last couple of years. So a patron needs to be within range of a cell tower and needs to have a device that they can use. And I'd like to ask Genevieve to pull up the hotspot dashboard so that you can see where we are with this program and a little bit about what we've learned as to how it's been used. If you keep scrolling down, hotspot program. This is available on our dashboard page from the State Library homepage. And this is the work of Rebecca Camp. So to summarize what we're seeing here, on the left side of this landing page in green, you see the participation numbers. This is the number of devices we currently have in circulation throughout the state, the number of participating library locations and counties with library hotspots. Now you'll see that we have 2 counties that have library systems that are not currently offering hotspots, and that is Carter County, which is Ekalaka Public Library, and Webo County, which is Webo Public Library. Treasure County does not have a library system, but they have an agreement with Yellowstone County to receive services through the Billings Public Library. So residents of Treasure County may check out a hotspot from the Billings Public Library. On the right side of this page in blue, we see the usage summary, and the first square represents the total lifetime amount of data that has been used through these hotspots. It's 1.46 million gigabits of data. And the change in use from the previous fiscal year to date has increased by 26%. And we have a figure of 15,000 plus hotspot checkouts through our libraries. I will say that the gigabit use statistic is more reliable than the circulation statistic because we receive the gigabit statistics directly from the vendors, whereas the circulation statistics, most of those do come from us, from our Montana Shared Catalog system, but we do have some libraries that are not in the shared catalog that have to manually report their data. And so if they're not manually reporting that data, that number is probably underrepresented. Genevieve, would you click on the next tab? Yeah, thank you. Use details allow us to look at specific devices and how much data is being used on a monthly basis by device and by library. It includes the monthly totals and the grand total of use to date by library. And so you can see the top library users there in that bottom column. And I should have mentioned on the first tab that on all of these tabs, we have the option to drill down by library or by county if you want to look at a specific location's data. The next tab is use projections. And this is forecasted using an exponential model that uses weighted averages with the most recent months given more weight. And so this is what we are projecting may be the use if we are able to sustain this program through the next calendar year. And again, we can look at that at the local level as well. And then the next tab is user feedback. And for this data, we have a survey which has been distributed through libraries, both in print form, because obviously if you're checking in a hotspot, you may not have easy internet access, and as an online survey link. We've collected 642 responses to date. And of those patrons who have checked out hotspots, 48% of them report using the device for work or school tasks, such as completing homework, checking school information, working remotely, or applying for jobs. And below that figure, you can see other categories of use and why people have checked out a hotspot. Those that have checked out a hotspot report that they either do not have internet service at home, or they may only have data through a cell phone, so they don't have Wi-Fi, and that represents about 70% of users. 30% do report having internet service, and so they may be checking out the hotspot for other reasons, such as traveling or visiting other locations. And then the majority of users reported that they would plan to check out a hotspot from the library again. And then the final tab touches on some of our broader outcomes that we'd like to see from increasing internet access, which is to address this problem of access in Montana. We know that 15% of households do not have internet access. And this page, the data is coming from the US Census Bureau's American Community Survey. And we can break this down by county to see which counties are especially impacted by lack of access to the internet. We can also see what kind of internet people have. So if people have internet, but they have dial-up, which is kind of hard to believe that people are still relying on dial-up in some areas, that may not be sufficient to actually perform some of the tasks they need to do through the internet. And so in conclusion, I would say that this has been a very successful program, but we recognize that it is a short-term fix as we work on working with partners across the state to improve our access to more affordable broadband and more sustainable broadband options. We are hopeful that our request to the legislature this coming session will be successful in securing some funding to help us sustain this program, but we would like to see this move forward in tandem with other efforts to expand internet access to all of our communities. So what questions do you have?
Isn't one of the biggest budget items this year is to expand the broadband and expand? I remember seeing quite a bit about that's like a high funded issue with the monies for
The government, the
infrastructure.
governor does have a task force. They've gone to many different areas discussing the broadband expansion in the state.
I think that's a priority for our infrastructure money. And so will that affect us? Will it mean, how does that change us?
I'm going to look to Jenny to answer that question about the larger broadband efforts.
So there are a couple of different pools of money that are coming to the state, largely through federal dollars, the American Rescue Plan Act dollars, and then the IIJA dollars, again, another acronym I can't remember, but those are infrastructure related dollars coming from the feds. And so the state has a task force, as Robin said, working under the Department of Administration to determine how best to deploy those dollars for broadband deployment, actual broadband service to individuals. And then the state is also involved in digital equity planning to make sure that people can afford the internet and have the tools and resources to make use of the internet. And we have been involved in providing feedback to the state about the role that libraries can and should play in their communities to make sure that people have access to the internet. As Kara said, we've requested some additional funding through the legislature and hopefully through some of these federal dollars that are coming to the state to sustain this program. You know, in an ideal world, everybody has affordable internet at home, but there may always be a time and need for this kind of program. We hope as these federal dollars roll out and more people are served, that we see a decline in use. That would be the ideal for this kind of program. But for now, we're just continuing our hard work to sustain the program, and the funding that we have for this program does end also at the end of June because these are ARPA dollars. And so we hope to get additional dollars through the legislative session to sustain it for at least the next several years.
Speak freely. Does the spending on this program reflect in the document we got last night?
Yes, it does. All of these items are tracked in separate projects. And so we can provide you whatever detail you need about the funding. I will tell you that it's on average about $35,000 a month is the cost to operate this program.
Thank you.
Could I just, for public knowledge as well as commission, your legislative request for funding for this continuation is what?
For the hotspot program, it is approximately $400,000, which would include the amount that we would spend annually on a contract to sustain the same level of hotspots, as well as a part-time support person. We did have a support person managing this program, and after they left, we did not fill that position, so we've absorbed that work.
So for clarification, thank you, Mr. Chair. Part-time, half-time FTE is a request. And is this in the governor's budget? Is this going to be outside? Do you have a champion that is going to be carrying this? And then is this OTO money that will be used? In other words, we are at a $2.4 billion surplus. Will that be some of the monies going for this, for sustainability, or is this just for the next biennium?
We did request funding in the governor's budget. It was not included in the governor's budget. And so we're working with the Montana Library Association and our legislative subcommittee to seek ways to get funding for this program. One-time only money, because the program is intended to be short-term, would be it would be adequate. Ideally, we'd like to see this program sustained for at least a period of 5 years.
Thank you. And coming back to the role of the commission, I believe if we're going to spread these words of wisdom, it would be really important for us to recognize what that is. So whether there is opposition or just an information flow as we journey back to our communities and our constituents, that we have that knowledge. We are 26 days, I think, away from a legislative session, and everyone is looking to see what expenditures and what I would call an investment is going to be made. So what I would request then, and not that we just receive it at our meetings, but that there may be something on the website that we could have more transparency in what is requesting and how this is happening along the manner when the session begins, so that we are kept up to speed.
Sure, you bet. That document is on our website, so I'll make sure that Genevieve sends you a link to that document so you have it. And then I'll, of course, keep you updated throughout the session on the progress that we're making.
Elsie, I find that comment really helpful to me. Are you saying maybe in a lot of these, the memory issue, Thomas brought up some of this, that the funding source and the funding amount be on these web pages, so people don't have to find and fish through a budget to find these specific?
Thank you, and Commissioner, Chair. If what I'm looking at, we don't want to have a flood of information, but our purpose as a commission is to, if we are in the community and there are questions, whether they're budgetary or for the purpose of the programming, whatever investment those dollars go to, there probably needs to be some bullet points. It may be different than what's on the website. It may be something that's a lot more intimate that we can recognize. So when we do, when we are in the community and we do visit with other constituencies, especially the libraries, that there is valid fingertip information that we can very eloquently explain. And if we can't, then we have information to go back to our great staff at the library. So I'm looking for possibly not a report, but something that can be given to us informally or formally.
Jenny, I just am hearing from several people here, and I think it'd be helpful with us to share that when we get agenda items, for us at least, they include the budgets of things. That would be helpful to me. And I hear Tom and Elsie, their questions made me think, oh yeah, I didn't know what this costs. So that would be helpful.
I think for these kinds of projects in particular, we have the project budgets. I'm looking to Melissa, that we could at least give you the project budget,
a link,
and refer you to the financial report that has the project budgets for all of these projects. Would that be helpful?
I do caution reviewing financials at every meeting when we already review them quarterly. May there be a process we model moving forward where we look at this differently. I think we can look at that in future agenda setting.
Yeah, I'm not looking to review it at each one. We meet quarterly, but I just think it would be helpful information if there was a link to the budget.
Thank you.
Is there more discussion? Hearing no further discussion, the next on our item is from Sharon. Broadband pay plan policies overview.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Sharon Hardwick. I'm the HR specialist with the State Library. I have been here about 2.5 years and have been in the HR field for probably 30 years in various formats. So just a little bit about my background. My purpose here today is to briefly highlight the policy sections of the State Library's broadband pay plan. There is a copy of that included with your materials. And we'll just kind of go through those. And if you have any questions, Genevieve, do you have those slides that you can pull up? All right. The Montana state government provides a broadband pay policy under the Montana Operations Manual. And implementation of this policy is guided by the Department of Administration with a model broadband agency pay policy template that is distributed. And that is adapted by individual agencies to provide guidance to implement and manage pay administration. The model plan includes a variety of pay implementation options that can be tailored to individual agency needs. The State Department of Administration requires that agencies review and update their plans every odd numbered year. And this is typically done after the end of the legislative session and will incorporate any applicable changes that need to be made. Next slide. As stated in Section 1, mission and pay philosophy, and Section 2, scope of the policy, we fully recognize that employees are essential to meeting and carrying out the mission of the State Library. And we utilize compensation strategies that will assist us with attracting and retaining highly qualified professionals. And we also, of course, balance our fiscal responsibilities as a state agency and abide by guidelines and laws related to compensation management and good practices. Next slide. As noted in Section 3, the agency pay schedule, the State Library utilizes the Department of Administration produced market ranges, which identify a competitive minimum, midpoint, and maximum salary range for each position based on a job classification that is determined for each position based on that position's job description. DOA conducts a market pay analysis every 2 years for implementation the following fiscal year. For example, we are currently operating under the 2020 market pay analysis. These rates were established in early 2020 through survey and implementation or salary research by Department of Administration. These were implemented on July 1st of 2021, and these will be in place until June 30th of 2023. Next slide, please. Section 4, establishing base pay, and Section 5, pay adjustments, detail various scenarios for pay settings and adjustments. The broadband pay policy provides guidance on how to set pay for new employees, calculate promotions, pay adjustments, and administer other pay changes. The goal is to create consistency in how we implement pay actions and how those are determined so that we maintain equitable compensation for similarly positioned staff in similar positions throughout the agency. Pay changes are always approved by the state librarian after being vetted through budget and finance to make sure that it is supported. and are documented via written memo to the employee and to the employee's personnel file for filing. Next slide, please. In section 6, it talks about lump sum payments. And this outlines a process for one-time payments referred to as results pay, which can be distributed to employees or work teams based on work accomplishments, special project completion, and overall achievement related to MSL's goals and mission. These payments are discretionary. They are subject to budget availability, and they must be approved by the state librarian as well as the MSL Commission. Next slide. Section 7 is pay exceptions, and this allows us to manage individual and unique compensation situations. Examples of these situations may include unique or hybrid positions that are not adequately classified due to limitations within the classification system. Or perhaps we have longtime employees who may have advanced to beyond the maximum range for their specific position. Or we've had situations where employees that may be transitioning to a different position or role as they prepare for retirement and give us some succession planning in those processes. Next slide. And finally, sections 8 and 9 are approvals and record keeping. This covers administrative basics that I've really already covered in terms of the approval process and documentation that we provide and that processes that we go through. And just of note, pay for state employees is public information and is available on the state website for all people to observe. Appendix A, next slide, sorry. Appendix A in the policy shows the current state library pay ranges that we are working with. And Appendix B details the strategy to progress employees to the midpoint of salary ranges, which is our overall goal to keep people moving forward in their compensation. Next slide. The most recent iteration of the library broadband pay plan was approved by this commission in October of 2021. After updating our plan, after updating our prior plan to conform with the changes of the 2021 model plan that came from DOA, we had that reviewed by the Department of Administration, and it was then presented to the commission for review and approval. And then it was finally submitted to the Department of Administration for final approval. And I anticipate that we will follow this same procedure for the 2023 plan updates as those come available. Next slide. That's just a quick overview of that policy. It's not a very long policy, which is nice, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding the broadband pay plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are the job descriptions posted anywhere?
The individual job descriptions are not posted. The classifications, I believe, are available publicly. Melissa?
Yeah, so those are posted on D of A's website. They are also publicly noticed when they are reviewed and updated, which is they're on a schedule, and they send out email notifications and make all of those public, and the discussions are also in public meetings.
Which website?
The Department of Administration, if you go to HR, it's in HR's information.
Mr. Chair, that was for the classifications. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you.
So Mr. Chair, the Appendix A has the Montana State Library pay ranges. Now are these all of the job titles for every person in the state library?
Yes.
I have a question. When this report was pulled, it's my understanding that we contracted through CMS. My understanding, or I should say, my understanding of classification is we look at like modeled agencies. What agencies did CMS pull from when that report was pulled? And is there feedback or things we can implement moving forward that makes this equitable to other state agencies?
For clarification, are you talking about the overall market ranges?
Yeah,
Or
was it
just the-
private? What, I mean, did we pull from private? Did we pull from public? So when the pay ranges were created, we do a salary survey. And that survey, is it coming from public, private, and how did this impact other state agencies?
Sure. So to be clear, the state of Montana, the Department of Administration, Human Resources Division is the division that conducts the market survey. I don't know a lot of details about how they conduct that market survey. Superintendent may know more. I believe it's a four state region that they look at.
Exactly. If I could just add to this thing. Thank you. What I also recognize is this 4-state region. The Department of Admin also has state Montana complex. So we could easily do that to verify those job positions and job codes. If they're at the state library, where might other agencies be? So it is something that we have looked at. So it was created in a regional aspect, which is totally different than what's happening here in Montana. And it is all government, not anything dealing with private sector or anything like an IT position in private versus an IT in public. And if I could then add to this, my question is, do we have any that that are below the market study? Are there employees at the agency that are below the market study entrance?
No,
Okay, so then the philosophy is to bring them up to mid-range,
correct.
and that would be everybody to mid-range.
The
Is there a priority of individuals that are in a higher range? So in other words, are we looking at this, or are we looking at just bringing everybody up?
So the way the target market strategy works is that it's based on an employee's years within their occupation. And every state employee has an occupation that follows the same occupational standard, and those are set by the Department of Administration. So our goal is to base compensation based on that target, based on their years in their occupation. So if someone is a brand new librarian, our strategy is to bring them in right about entry to the market, and then progress their pay based on their years of service in that occupation. If someone comes into the state library and they've been in a GIS position, for example, for 5 years, then in an equitable occupation, we would offer them kind of midpoint within the market and begin to progress them from there. So our goal is to try to keep everyone progressing at the same rate according to their years of experience in their occupation.
Thank you. So has the philosophy changed since 21 in what you're sharing? Or are we continuing on the same path with employees? And again, to have employees recognize what that path is, and to have them recognize is extremely important. But also, has the philosophy changed?
The philosophy itself has not changed. The strategy has not changed. The state's adoption of these occupational standards is new in 2021. And so we adopted the same occupational standards as all other state agencies, but the strategy itself for compensation has not changed. You asked a question earlier about whether or not any employees fall below that entry. And in the past, when we haven't had adequate funding to raise everyone to that target based on the strategy, at a minimum, we strive to bring anybody who, based on the new market analysis, would fall below entry to entry or higher in order to maintain equity of salary within the agency.
Thank you. So my philosophy is the work. We need to make sure that our patrons are being served. So I don't know if you're prioritizing in any other of those vacancies. So in other words, if this job, and I would hate to say that one is prioritized over another, but if indeed in the leadership role that you take then, would you not then prioritize based on more data besides just, bringing everybody to a median, but also to say that the propensity of their work is prioritized, not to say that they receive more compensation, but you target that in more of a manner. And that is, again, I use the word philosophy within that. The other thing, if you could share what the governor's plan is. Now, this has to have legislative action on it, but would you please share the legislative proposal that came out in his budget regarding our employees?
Sure. So what is included in the governor's budget and what will be proposed in House Bill 13 moving through the legislative session is a 4% pay increase for state employees. I believe it's in each year of the biennium, as well as a one-time pay incentive. I believe it's $1,000 or 1%.
It's $1,000, $1,040 each
Mhm.
year,
Mhm.
the biennium
Mhm.
on July 1st.
So again, as the superintendent said, that's what's being proposed for the legislature to consider in House Bill 13. And so if that funding were to be approved by the legislative process, we would take into account that 4% increase and what it would do to our goals of advancing employees based on that target market strategy.
I have a question about, now, you had said that we gave 10% to our staff last legislative session. And Dalton, you asked a good question, but does our salary compensation affect other agencies? Elsie, did the 10% roll over like to your agency? Did you give 10%? Like to the OPI, and were you affected by that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, no, it's a philosophy of the agency that is there in order to give it. I did not.
Okay, and did other agencies that we know?
Mr. Chair,
Don't know.
we did not award 10% pay increases last year. I'm not sure where that amount came from.
It was brought up at one of our meetings that we had given 10% after the legislature. They had approved a certain amount, but we did 10.
We used this exact target strategy that we're talking about to evaluate where employees fell on the target market based on their years in their occupation, and awarded pay to employees to bring them to that target. Some employees saw higher increases, some employees saw lower increases. I believe there were some employees that didn't receive any increases because they were at that target.
Okay, I remember where that was. That was our legislative report that we had and that we had done 10%. So thank you for that clarification. If we do more than the 4% the governor recommends, where does that come from? It's in his budget, right? So how do we, if we do more than, and would this commission have that information ahead of time?
Yes, so again, we'll evaluate that 4% and how closely it aligns with our ability to meet our current pay strategy. And anything that would deviate from that pay approved by the legislature, any additional pay, for example, if more pay was necessary to advance employee pay, would come from the state library's budget. And so we would definitely bring to the commission a pay strategy recommendation for you to consider that balances what the legislature approves, the available funding we may have in our budget, and our ability to maintain pay equity in the agency and to continue to be able to meet this pay strategy. All of those factors would be evaluated by the commission, and it would be up to the commission to adopt a budget that may or may not include those kinds of pay adjustments.
And then one quick question, and probably Senator Burnett or you, when we get our budget from the legislature, have you already had all those items laid out, or is it just, this is the money and however you want to spend it? Like, is there specifically talking books and all that's in the budget, correct? So we take it from something that the legislative didn't, I mean, is the legislature directing that's what we're approving is for you to put that much money in talking books or this much in memory project?
It does depend just a little bit, kind of big picture. We get funding appropriated as personal services, operations, and grants. And then we have certain items in our budget that are appropriated as fixed costs that can only be spent for things like rent, IT costs. And then there may be priorities from the legislature for one-time only expenditures. For example, the Newsline program that we talked about earlier was a one-time only line itemed appropriation from the legislature that we could only spend on Newsline. But they don't always line item our budget to specific programs. When we bring budget recommendations to the commission to fund the various projects, it's at that point that we work with the finance committee and the commission to determine the budgets for each of those projects.
So we have freedom within that budget if we choose to put more than the governor's 4%. Okay, that was my question.
Mr. Chair, question for Jenny. Has there been any attempt made for some of the remote employees to implement better technology for self-reporting of hours, such as Kronos timekeeping or some even free applications so that you and your managers would have an idea of what your employee expenses are and who's on the clock at this moment, who's got some flex time right now. Those things we're in the modern era, and I haven't seen any state adapt to modernity.
Mr. Chair and Tom, I know that the state of Montana has looked at those kinds of tools, and I'm going to look at Evan, I believe Kronos in particular, but to my knowledge, the state has not adopted a specific kind of time tracking technology for remote staff.
Not that I'm aware of.
Further follow on. So it'd be especially useful for remote staff, but it also could be used for in-house staff. So there's not a lot of clipboards and manual transferal of data. And so there could be adjudication by a supervisor of requests for variations or failure to sign in properly. Oh, I forgot to sign in at 8 o'clock this morning. But I see a lot of potential there. Maybe the state library could lead out.
So I know there is later in conversation talking about a comp time policy update. So there is hour tracking at the state library. I think one of the elements that we consider is remote staff who are exempt versus non-exempt staff. Exempt staff who are working, they're guaranteed that 40 hours a week, their weekly income, whereas a non-exempt staff, you're tracking those hours. And I assume if they're working, those hours are tracked. It's not just a trust system.
If I may, all state employees complete a timesheet that is filled out daily with their hours worked, and the supervisor approves that, and then that is reflected on their biweekly pay statements and the leave balances. I understand. I know of the technology that you talk about, Commissioner. I have to say I'm not a huge fan of it because I think that sometimes a lot of work isn't done on your computer. I will tell you from my experience as a human resource professional, sometimes my work starts the minute I walk in the door when I catch an employee and they see me and they start asking me questions, and I may not get to my computer for a half an hour. But I've been working since I started. And so there's pluses to that process, but there are also minuses. And I think my belief has always been that you have a strong faith in what your employees are doing and that they are being honest and reflecting what they are doing and that they're reporting their hours correctly. And if the outcome is that they're not getting their work done or that they are behind, or that it's a performance issue that you have to then address that performance issue. But I know is a strong case made for the electronic monitoring of that as well. So.
I would also point out to you and our friends out here and the people Zooming, this is not a trust issue. It's a battle. It's not even a battle. It's just a philosophy that everybody's dealing with since COVID, is that Zoom, and all this not being in the office and people trying to figure out how do we technically in computer and whatever, make sure people are putting in those hours. And it's not meant as a trust thing. It's just the way it was in life. You have a job, you check in at 8, you check out at 5, whichever it is. And I know we've had the same problem with schools. I mean, my grandson was at Billings Central, and 5 days after the schools closed, Billings Central was open and ready, and every kid had a computer, and they had to check in with their teacher visually every hour. And they were on top of it. I know other schools where the kids never did. They just wandered away. So please don't take that as a trust issue. It's just something we're trying to work out as a country.
Yeah.
It's a whole new system.
If I may just make one other comment with regards to the salary schedules and those ranges. It is important to keep in mind that we, in December of 2022, are working with salary ranges that were identified in early 2020. And we will be on this system for another 6 months till the end of June. And so in order to really be competitive and to pay our professionals what they are worth and to keep that retention, we really need to stay on top of that, because we will lose really valued employees when they see dollar signs in other places. We are limited in what we can do with that by the fact that we are going to be almost 3 years behind by the time we go to the next salary ranges. And as you all know, the economy in Montana has changed greatly in the last 3 years in terms of costs, not only from inflation, but housing and all of those things. So it is a constant challenge, and it's something that we are always looking at and being very diligent to, because we do value the employees and the professionals that they are. And we want to make sure that we are able to keep those folks here. So thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Jenny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, we're going to be talking about and taking action on a couple of recommendations pertaining to legislative changes that we've been working on with the Lieutenant Governor and her team under the Governor's Red Tape Relief Initiative. The direction from the governor is that we should keep what is working and change what is not. And so we are proposing 2 different changes to legislation under that effort. Before we talk about the changes to the Montana Land Information Act, I did want to give Evan a chance to provide some history to the commission about the Montana Land Information Act and our work under that act. So Evan, thank you.
Hello. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Johnson and Commissioners. First, apologies. I answered a few questions earlier without introducing myself. Evan Hammer, Digital Library Administrator at the Montana State Library. Sorry about that. And then for some orientation context here, as Jenny mentioned, we talked a little in October about the Red Tape Relief Act and reviewed the Land Information Act in that context. I know some of you weren't here at that time. And even for those of you that were here, there were plenty of agenda items, so not bad to get a little refresher there. And so my point here is really just to provide some historical context to understand where the world was when the Land Information Act was passed back in 2005. And really, I chose to do this just as a timeline, as you can see before you. And I'm just going to take a few minutes to hit on some key points on this timeline. Sorry, it's not very legible here. But I'll point out on here right now, items in black are kind of federal actions related to GIS coordination. Items in blue are things that were happening in the state and state government relevant to GIS coordination. And then on the bottom, I've got some, it doesn't really stand out as green, but there's a few green technology in the GIS world and changes that were going on over the course of this time. And then just some general IT technology changes at the very bottom in red. So much of this, this was originally presented to the Land Information Advisory Council in this larger discussion. I'll also mention there are a number of links throughout the PDF version that you have access to if you want to dig in for more history. Additionally, there is a much more robust history of GIS in Montana that's part of the strategic plan that Aaron Fashaway presented to you guys a few meetings ago. This one that is a general history of GIS in Montana. And again, this is intended to be a little bit more targeted towards GIS coordination within the state. Next slide, please. I'll come back to the timeline, so don't worry. The first item I touch on here is for many of us that were in early generations of GIS development, we had the A16 circular hammered into our heads as kind of the guiding document for GIS coordination. And this was a federal statute originally established in 1953, that's the first box there, to coordinate mapping and surveying efforts at the federal level. There were a number, as you can see in this chart, there were a number of changes to that, but the key ones here that I really like to emphasize is 1990, the A16 was revised to include geographically referenced computer readable data. So this is really where A16 becomes applicable to GIS. And then shortly after that, 1994, they established the National Spatial Data Infrastructure, and I'll talk a little about the Montana Spatial Data Infrastructure, which was modeled after that national effort a little bit later. And then a strategy for the NSDI was published in 1997. And effectively, there have been a lot of tweaks and changes to this over time, but this is still the strong guiding document for coordination at the federal level. Next slide, please. Within the state, GIS work in any coordinated, organized fashion really started with the development of the Natural Resource Information System at the State Library. Now, there was, I'm not saying there wasn't ever any other GIS work done around the state, but it was tended to be one-off projects or individuals that pushed the technology and not so much as a coordinated effort, as I mentioned. I do have I don't know if this is a typo or not. I was looking at this both on the timeline and here. I have INRIS being established in 1985. Technically, the legislation passed in 1983, but there was no funding for the program, and the 2 years following that were the establishment of the Data Advisory Committee, which we've talked about, and them providing recommendations for what the Natural Resource Information System should look like. And I think that's important when we look at the statute, as we're going to talk about a little bit later, for the Natural Resource Information System. There has been confusion over the years as to whether the intent was ever for the Natural Resource Data Advisory Committee to persist, or if that was only intended as to establish the program. So just wanted to point that out. But the program was fully funded at the, was funded at the State Library starting in 1985. And again, there's a few other links here. If you're interested, the oldest archived INRIS website, as well as a link to the INRIS webpage at the time when the discussion of the Land Information Act started. Feel free to look into that. Next slide, please. And this one I'll just mention briefly. This was the Governor's Council on Management report. There was no discussion here of actual GIS coordination, but it compelled natural resource agencies to coordinate on natural resource information. This was really, well, I want to ask you to go back to the timeline now, but when we get back to the timeline, you'll see this report came out right about the same time that desktop GIS first became available. So we were a little, you'll understand as we go through this why GIS became such an important tool for the state library, but there was not, I don't believe, I wasn't working for Montana at this time, but in 1983, I don't believe this was really, there was a lot of thought to GIS being given in this situation, but very quickly, pretty much all natural resource information would fall in that realm. Next slide, please. And so for really 10 to 15 years following the establishment of the natural resource information system, there's a period that I generally refer to as state GIS collaboration more than coordination. It was a lot of groups just working together to educate each other, to help people understand, to make maps for each other. Really pretty basic stuff. And there were several user groups that were developed during that time, including the Montana GIS Users Group, the Technical Working Group, and the Local Government GIS Coalition. All of those would eventually consolidate around 2004, just before the passage of the Land Information Act, and form into our current Geographic Information Professional Organization, MAGIP, Montana Association of Geographic Information Professionals. Next slide, please. And this is just a quick one. I was pleasantly surprised in going through this that to see how much activity there was at the local government level back in 1997. We often talk today about the big seven. There are 7 county or local governments that have mature GIS programs. Most counties and many local governments do have GIS programs, but these are places where they're actually dedicated GIS staff. So seeing that way back in 1997, there were 30, I think it was, did a quick count, I think it's 34 counties that either had or expected to have a GIS program was kind of neat. So share that. From what I've been able to derive in going through the history, the first real GIS coordination effort in the state started in September 1997 when Governor Roscoe signed an executive order to establish the Montana Geographic Information Council. And that would lead very directly, as from what I can tell, to the bill that would establish the Land Information Act. And I think that might be the next page. I've got to. Yeah, so this was, again, apologies, I know that's very difficult to read, but this is just a memo, in-house memo from the state IT agency, IT Services Division of the Department of Administration in September of 2003, I believe, where they were putting out their legislative priorities for the coming session. And GIS funding is mentioned there, and they talk about the needs identified by the Geographic Information Council. That at that point, a heavy investment had already been made into the Montana Spatial Data Infrastructure, which is a set of statewide data sets to be foundational to the use of GIS. And the concern that there was lack of stable funding to support, maintain, and distribute that information. And so this was kind of those first documented efforts as far as the Land Information Act. And then I believe the next slide is just the legislative information from 2005. Joe Trapila out of Cascade, I believe, Cascade County, I believe, carried that bill and it was ultimately signed by Governor Schweitzer at the time. Next slide. This just gives you an idea. It may be hard to kind of distinguish and make them out, but upper left corner was the Natural Resource Information System website in the early 2000s, just before this passed. The Interagency Technical Working Group is below that. In the middle is the GIS Users Group. And on the right-hand side, the county local government group. and the Geographic Information Council websites, just to take you back to what the web looked like in 2001, 2002 timeframe. And then the other piece I wanted to familiarize you with is just understanding what the world of data was like in the years leading up to the Land Information Act. This was the USGS effort to collect aerial imagery for the entire state of Montana. It started in 1990 and was completed in 2003. The next statewide effort to collect imagery for Montana happened in 2005, and it was completed in 1 year. So there was a lot of rapid technology change that was going on during this time. And to give you another idea of this, on that timeline, one of the things I didn't put on there, or a few things I didn't put on there. Actually, we can go ahead and I think the next slide is the timeline. Again, maybe. A couple of things I don't have on there include first 1 terabyte hard drive. It's not on there because it was in 2007, 2 years after Land Information Advisory Council or Advisory Act passed. I mentioned that in the context of the imagery because even if we could have collected that imagery faster, the imagery, statewide imagery for the state of Montana is about 4 to 5 terabytes. That original collection from the USGS was delivered on CDs, hundreds of CDs. Even if you had a hard drive at that time, it wouldn't have plugged into your computer because you didn't have a fast enough connection. So you were putting in CDs one at a time, and you likely couldn't even copy the imagery off the CD onto your computer because you didn't have a large enough hard drive. So it's really fascinating to think about all the different technological changes that were happening leading up to this. And the biggest thing that I want to emphasize is the people that made the Land Information Act happen were really part of the first generation, a pioneering generation of GIS. And at this time, by 2003, there were some formal GIS training programs, but not long before this, mid-90s, if you wanted to learn GIS, either you're doing some kind of technical program or you were doing a geography degree, emphasizing GIS, taking some GIS classes along with it. But by this time, again, there was formal training. The tools were maturing. Desktop tools had been around since the early to mid 80s. But it was still a big struggle to get data. And so you see a lot of emphasis on the data in the Land Information Act. And I think that's great. And I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't still emphasize that, but I think it's just helpful context. So with that, if you have any questions, happy to answer. Or
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask this, but we had a report at our last meeting on, and we learned, and I was surprised because I hadn't known it before, but that we were now with the Secretary of State's office gathering the registration for voter registration. And that's now all coming through or going to us, and we're doing it because we have the mapping. And the gentleman who presented that also mentioned that they're in ongoing conversations with Medicaid and Medicare to do their mapping. I guess I would like to know about programs like that as a commissioner before they go into effect. And then an understanding of why these programs will be coming to us instead of the Department of Health and Services or Secretary of State, and how we protect the information or disperse the information. Because I think if we all of a sudden have the mapping for all the voter registration, we have taken on a huge security issue and should have policy with that. And I would feel even stronger with Medicaid and Medicare. So I would like, is that part of this? That became part of this program that we were told last time. And I was like, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so to provide some clarification, and I hope it's helpful, and Evan, please jump in and correct me or add additional information. I think what is important about this information and the role of the state library is the coordination work that we do. A lot of these agencies, like the Secretary of State's office, they don't have dedicated GIS staff. And so we are not taking the voter registration information in-house. We do not own that. We are not storing that. We are not required to secure that. All of that data resides with the Secretary of the State's office. Similarly, were we to provide any kind of coordination support to the Department of Public Health, Medicare, Medicaid, they would be responsible for all that data. I completely agree. We would not want to take on that work. Our role is in providing models of data management, best practices, training, different kinds of technological solutions that allow them to geo-enable their data. And only if that data is public data that should be publicly shared would we take on any kind of role in making that kind of data publicly accessible. Does that help clarify what our role is?
Yes. It does. I have a hard time with the technical aspect of understanding that, because that gentleman, I asked him, who has information to this? For example, the voter registration, if somebody contacted you, wanted the mapping on that or everything. And he said, well, the staff does. So that made me think that, but he said, that's available to anybody. So I was just like making a jump to Medicare, Medicaid. Did he mean the Secretary of State staff or our staff? I'm sorry.
I believe there was, the person you're talking to was an employee of Secretary of State's office.
Right.
I can only speculate, but I believe that, I know that we do not have that voter registration information.
Okay.
So I think he must have been intending to mean Secretary of State staff. I don't know if you know.
There were two
otherwise.
people, one was from us and one was from, who was the us one?
Erin Fashway, please join us.
Thanks, Aaron. Oh, that's who it was. Hi, Aaron.
Fashway State GIS Coordinator. So I do believe what Stuart was referencing is, and what Jenny was explaining earlier, is we house just the very basic information of addresses. Any other information that would be considered business data of the Secretary of State's office or the Department of Health and Human Services, such as Medicaid, we would never see that information. And so we're responsible for creating a statewide address data layer. And so it's simply addresses, and there's nothing, there's no PII in an address alone. Once you start adding, so that's that private information. So once you start adding a name and any kind of medical information, that would be considered the private, and that would stay with the agency. We provide the service so then they can accurately map those addresses to the correct location on the ground. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if you ever type in your address in Google, they're taking the data from us. So we're making it more refined and bettering it over time.
And
Thanks, Erin.
I just want to assure the commission and you, Commissioner, that we're not taking on responsibilities around voter registration or Medicaid information management. I completely agree. That's outside the mission and scope of the state library. What is within the scope of the state library is helping those agencies maximize and geo-enable their business data.
And I imagine that's part of this red tape plan,
Mhm.
is that you keep the addresses. But there still has to be security on that, because it is a valuable piece of information, every address in Montana. Okay, which you can't even get anymore in the yellow pages, because there isn't one.
So Jenny, for clarification, are
Thank
there's
you.
2 action items in front of us right now. Is there still one more information item to present, or was this 2 items?
This was information for those next 2 items.
Okay. So is there any other questions from the commission before calling a vote?
And so let me provide a little context for the next 2 action items. So Evan provided a history of what resulted in the Montana Land Information Act and the legislation to create the Natural Resource Information System and the Data Advisory Council that he managed. So we've reached a point in time as these programs have matured where it's appropriate for us to take a look at the statutory authority and the statutory requirements to make sure that, as the governor said, we keep what is working and we clean up the code and get rid of that kind of ancillary code that's no longer necessary. So working with the Lieutenant Governor and the Montana Land Information Advisory Council, we are proposing changes to the Montana Land Information Act. I'd like to take that as one action item. And then we are proposing to rescind the requirement for the Natural Resource Information System Data Advisory Committee. So starting with the action for the Land Information Act, again, you saw this initially at your October meeting, and we had a subcommittee of the Land Information Advisory Council working with the Lieutenant Governor's staff to propose the legislative changes. They were reviewed by the entire Land Information Advisory Council, and the council made some additional changes, and the council has endorsed these changes to you as the commission and recommend that the commission adopt these changes as proposed legislation that we would then carry forward through the 2023 legislative session. And you have a marked up copy of the legislation in your materials. The key changes that I want to highlight for you, the first one that is probably the most readily apparent is replacing the word land with the word geospatial. And there's a couple of reasons why we're proposing that change in terminology. The first is that now that this act is well over 17 years old, people have just become more familiar with GIS technology. We have phones that provide us mapped information. And so the term geospatial is becoming more and more recognizable in our own vocabulary. Back in 2005, people just weren't familiar with what we would be talking about when we were talking about GIS and geospatial data. And so land information was used as kind of a substitute for the kind of data that we're talking about. But the data that we manage goes far beyond land information and includes information like addresses and information about structures, as well as information about water and plants and animal species and so forth. So geospatial data, it's more recognizable and it's also more encompassing. It also, we hope, will reduce some confusion that exists between different agencies and the land board over the responsibilities that we have. The land board, of course, is a board of elected officials that make decisions about land ownership in Montana. The Land Information Advisory Council is providing recommendations about GIS data best practices and how we share and coordinate on data. And we have the Department of Natural Resources who manages the state trust lands information for the state. So by replacing land with geospatial, we hope that we are reducing the confusion that exists and using a more modern approach to the language to be more specific in exactly what this act authorizes the state library to manage. We are recommending that we reduce the size of the council from about 22 members to 13 members. That's a request in part from the Lieutenant Governor to have a more manageable size of a council, and then to have staggered terms on the council. Right now, all of the seats, with the exception of the state librarian and the state CIO, turn over every 2 years at the exact same time. And so we've proposed temporary language that would allow for staggered terms with the eventual staggering of all the terms in a 3-year period. One of the other changes is eliminating the need for an annual land information plan and replacing that language with language about a geospatial plan that doesn't necessarily have to be created on an annual basis. what we found, practically speaking, is that as we adopt a land information plan in the winter and then award grants in the spring, those grants are funded starting in July. Grant recipients are just starting to work on their grants when we are in the process of creating the next information plan. And so that annual land plan cycle doesn't allow for us to take into account any kind of information or data that's collected through those grants and inform the next annual plan. The way the language is worded in the plan, there's still a requirement for planning. There is still a requirement for us to work with the Information Advisory Council on the plan. However, we don't have to do that on an annual cycle. And then the final significant change in the statute is clarifying that both that planning requirement and the grant requirements be clarified in administrative rules. And again, these changes have been created with input from the governor's office and the Information Advisory Council, and the Advisory Council is recommending that the commission adopt these proposed changes as proposed legislation. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jenny. Are there any questions from members of the commission?
Mr. Chair, I think we have time for a humorous aside. One of the NASA astronauts in the early days of the program was getting his training, and this refers to the geospatial word. And he's sitting in his training and all mystified. He goes, "Oh yeah, the Earth-Ocean interface. You're talking about the beach."
Gosh.
Fair enough. Is there any other discussion?
If I could really quick, not to delay time. But if I'm looking at the words modernize and improve, in those 4 bullet points, I don't necessarily see improve. And I don't know if that would be part of the legislation, but just in everything that we have promoted, that there is a benchmark that we want to do better. And I don't know reducing or eliminating or replacing or clarifying is going to improve. So I would come back to then the Montana Land Information Advisory Council and seek how they're going to improve using this flexibility, if that's what we want to call them.
Mr. Chair, in my view, creating more efficiency by having a more efficient sized council, by having a council that is able to maintain institutional memory because they're not turning over each year, makes their work more effective and more efficient, which is an improvement over the current process. Also, by creating a planning cycle in administrative rule that allows us to leverage and maximize what we learn through the grant program to inform future plans is also an improvement. And I hope that we can convey that to the commission going forward.
I would move that we accept this proposal as written with the recommendations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So moved by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Taylor to approve the update as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Yes.
Is there a debate?
Open to public comment from the commission first, correct? Yeah, further discussion amongst members of the commission. Is there any public comment on the matter? Now call for the vote, right? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
And so then your second motion is a recommendation, again, developed in concert with the Lieutenant Governor, to rescind language that requires us to have a natural resource information system data advisory council. Like Evan said, when the NRES statute was first created, it called for an advisory council to help with the establishment of the natural resource information system. And we've now had a natural resource information system since about 1985. The makeup of that current council is quite small. It's only the natural resource agencies, a representative from the Department of Administration, and a representative from the legislature and the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education. In practice, that committee has not met for a couple of reasons. We have the Land Information Advisory Council that is already advising us on matters of GIS. And then we have a Natural Heritage Partners Group that meets annually, and it has much broader representation from the natural resource community about the priorities of the Natural Heritage Program, and they provide advice on the water information system and the natural resource information system. And so we have sort of a duplication of effort with our advisory committees, and find that the Land Information Advisory Council and the Heritage Partners Group are both much more effective groups in providing us concrete information about how best to meet their information needs. The NRES Advisory Committee has not met in about 10 years. And so we believe it's appropriate to recommend that we rescind the language that requires us to have that advisory committee in lieu of these other two committees. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, is there a commissioner who'd like to carry this vote?
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept this recommendation.
All right, is there a second? Okay, I can follow it this time. Moved by Commissioner, what's your last name?
Burnett.
Burnett, Commissioner Burnett, seconded by Commissioner Hull. Is there any discussion or correction from members of the commission? Hearing none, is there any public comment? Hearing no public comment, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor by signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. It is 12:20.
Lunch is here. It's in the hallway.
If I could beg, I believe we do have a time frame that we need to move to an agenda item. And if it's possible, not that it's a working lunch, but if we could delay that gratification and move to the next item so that we could have an expert discussion with the commission, if that could be begged.
E-resources or the MSL awareness?
It would be the MSL awareness external campaign, I believe. No? It would be the,
Yeah,
Hoffman-
that's-
that is it.
Mhm.
That would be it. If we
Um,
could, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So this agenda item is a follow-on to the discussion in October about pausing our work with Hoffman York to continue to implement our awareness campaign, and the work session that was conducted this past Monday. Based on the conversations at that meeting, you have in your materials the motion that was made at your October meeting to pause that contract. There was a request at your October meeting that that motion appear on the agenda for this meeting. And so it is a part of your agenda as an action item. And then also included in your meeting materials is the contract itself. Attorney Michelle Snowberger is available if there are continued questions about the contract and the scope of work. And then there is more details provided by Hoffman York, and I believe Addie is with us to answer questions about the next steps on the awareness campaign itself. So I'm happy to take this business in the order that you would see fit.
Thank you, Jenny. I think for clarification, based on information we gained from our information item, the meeting in November, Elsie and Tammy, do you still support your motion?
If I could, Mr. Chair, what I would like, if I could, I would like the expert just to explain, to validate what my statement might be afterwards. So if I could have Ms. Snowberger come up and share the opportunities or the lack of within the contract deposit, if I could. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Welcome, Michelle.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, commissioners, chair. Just some general background. The Montana State Library Commission entered into a contract with Hoffman. I take that back. So I'm going to start again. The Montana State Library entered into a contract with Hoffman York to provide services, and there came some issues, I think, at the commission level with regarding as to whether or not that contract could be terminated. I'm going to say for convenience, because maybe the commission wanted to go in a different direction. Unfortunately, there are limited ways of which this contract may be terminated. So general contract law requires contracts to be enforced in order to be able to, as part of your legal obligation, when you enter into a contract, that contract needs to be fulfilled, unless there are ways to be able to get out of that legally. So the ways that are within the contract is for cause, of which there is no facts that have been presented that would show that Hoffman York has material breached the contract in any of its terms. And secondarily, there is the option or the ability to terminate this contract for lack of funding. However, as we discussed at the working meeting, that option is really not available to you, as this funding source for this contract is from the State Library Trust, and those funds remain available. And therefore, we would not be able to terminate under the lack of funding. Those are the only two options that are available to be able to break this contract without incurring liability. So if the commission determined that they did not want to move forward with this and that they were going to terminate this contract, you would be open to the liability of having to pay for the contract without the work being performed, and whatever other damages that Hoffman York might be able to prove in a court of law, whatever other they could sue you for equity to force you to complete the contract. That's generally not done in contracts, but there could be other items other damages that the commission may face or the state may face for early termination.
Could you please explain more about damages to the state?
Mr. Chair, so the contract provides for Hoffman York to seek any relief that would be possible. So directly as stated within the contract, that is statutorily or constitutionally authorized to them to pursue or to look at equitable relief. The main types of damages that we see in contracts are compensatory damages to make Hoffman York whole, as if the contract had been performed. So for us, that would most likely be the remaining amount of money that would be available to them in the contract, as if you had not terminated it. Equitable relief includes specific performance, injunctive relief. Those would also be available to Hoffman York to seek. And I can't say what they would do because I'm not their lawyer, but those would be available to them.
If I could, Mr. Chair, then. So Ms. Snowberger, that is pretty much, I don't want to say boilerplate, but that is contracts. That language is probably assimilated in other contracts that whether the state library has negotiated or anything else in state government? Or is it unique?
Mr. Chair, Superintendent, that's very standard language within state contracts.
Thank you.
What precedent are we creating for the state by continuing to have these conversations about private contracts we're making with businesses? Are we making damages to other state agencies or setting an example to other state agencies that this is acceptable?
Mr. Chair, I think there's always a concern when the state starts talking about termination without legal justification. It's important for the state to be able to contract with vendors, for vendors to be able to know that they can rely on the state to meet its obligations. I do think that is an overall statement. Mostly vendors like to contract with the state because we're going to pay our bills. We have very good processes for procurement, for contract management, for being able to complete the work the way that agencies, that vendors can rely on. So we would not want to get into the reputation of needlessly terminating contracts. That is my opinion.
I have a question. Thank you for your information. When did this process begin with Hoffman York? I know that contract was signed on 2021, but Jenny had commented that this process started back with them in what? Or the bidding and everything else?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the state library first began discussing the idea of this kind of campaign in the fall of 2020, and then made a proposal to the commission in December of 2020 that we use state trust monies to go through the RFP process and enter into contract with a firm. That recommendation was approved by the commission in December of 2020. And then we went through the request for procurement in the spring of 2021. Through that procurement process, Hoffman York was selected as the vendor with which we wanted to negotiate a contract. It took a couple of months in the summer of 2021 to negotiate that contract, and it was signed in August of 2021.
So, and I'm not stalling this in any way. We need to move on, but I just have questions of process that are very important. When a project was basically begun 2.5, 3 years ago by a totally different commission, for future reference, are we always binding future commissions, or should we move things up in terms of time? I just would like to know what that looks like. I think it's something has to be addressed. I think we were always conscious of moving things 2 years ahead if we're not going to be here and binding those boards or commissioners.
I would like to clarify that at the time, I was new to the commission, and I don't know if a subcommittee was created or not, but I know that Commissioner Newell and then a commissioner out of Flathead, Connie Behe, had led the original conversation. Both of those commissioners stepped down early from their term. Commissioner Behe would still be here today if she didn't accept a job from Washington. And I don't know when Bruce's term would have stopped, but they were leading the conversation. Commission participation after that. I would have to ask Jenny for clarification.
And I think I would just add, and maybe this is helpful to think about, when we bring forward proposals like this proposal or other kinds of new initiatives, they often include a timeline for that initiative. We talked about the hotspot lending program earlier, and as you're aware, that program will end in June. So perhaps it's helpful if we make sure that the timeline for these kinds of proposals are included. We had a proposed timeline for this project when the commission adopted it in 2020 that was intended to conclude after the 2023 legislative session. And in that way, we're making the commission aware that we are binding a decision to a timeline for a project, if that's helpful.
Very. Is Addie on the phone? Okay. Hi, Addie.
Hello.
Hi. This is Tammy. I want to move on with all this. I don't want to relive this. I have one question. I want to be totally fair with you, Addie. There's a U.S. World and News report, and I never accept what I read in front of me in the AP or the that went worldwide, actually, to Canada and Alter America, but it was on the second logo exception. And they quoted you in the article, and I wanted you to have a chance to respond to this because it was important to me because I kept asking for a grayscale, which we never received. Addie Palin with the firm Hoffman York told commissioners that the contract calls for an agency to provide the state library with a grayscale logo as well. We were not presented that, and we were never told that by you. Did they just misquote you?
They did not, and we have provided that to the state library. It is part of our full suite of logo versions that are in the toolkit we delivered. So they have that to use as they need.
So that went to the state library staff, but it never came to the commission. It was not one of the three we had. We had asked for one of the three. And this is quoting the meeting in October. And that's only important to me because as we move on with this, I need to make sure that the directions that we give are actually provided and not just sort of, well, we don't like that one, so we're not giving you that choice. And when I read that, it kind of, whoa, I wanted to give you a chance to explain that because we did not receive one of those. In fact, we had a great discussion about that the last meeting. We were told that was not requested, but it was.
Jenny, you might be a little closer to specifically what was put in front of the commission in our past kind of meeting packets. But I do believe we shared a black and white version. It was not it was not the sole version. It was an alternate version to the full color versions that we shared. So the request was fulfilled, but it was not presented as the exclusive primary logo.
I would just, for future reference with information, we requested that in June and it was not provided, and it was not provided by the subcommittee. And the subcommittee, from what I understand, overruled presenting that to the commissioners, even though we asked for it. I just think as we move forward with this contract, let's be very, very cautious of following the directions of the commissioners and not certain members who don't like what the commissioners are asking, because that was not presented. Was it? Am I wrong?
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. I think it's
But ready to move on.
For point of order, we're talking about the contract and we're moving into commissioner operations. And I want to make sure that we stay with the action item in front of us.
I would agree with you. All contracts are an issue of trust. And I'm just highlighting that I need to, in the future, make sure that we can trust the information we're given. And all the commission, not just select members.
Thank you. Superintendent, do you?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I see that the memo is here, and I believe also when we do our agenda, I don't necessarily for public viewing, it's there. If we could bring that up, please. Thank you. What I envisioned, I believe, was committed with that work session so that I could have a legal understanding and a legal view of the risk to the state library. And wanting to make sure then that information flowed, as Commissioner Hall had said, to all of us. And I believe that that has taken place. I would say moving forward then, that any contracts that we make, we very much ferret out, not an escape clause by any means, because the state of Montana must fulfill its signatures on the dotted line. I mean, and it's not just that the state library is held accountable, all of state government is. So I recognize that. But I believe everything that I received at that work session fulfills my request, and that might have been where that pause came from. But I do know moving forward then, we can have other action items on how the rollout looks, how deep the engagement with the commission will be in that rollout, as well as we have 2 new members moving forward. But I believe I have received my justification that the contract must stay as it is, and that we cannot change the vendor or the relationship that we have currently with this. So I am not going to move forward with any kind of a motion to pause, because I've gotten my information from legal, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
There we go. I saw a facial expression, a point of question that I just wanted to clarify with you. What authority does the commission have with the current contract in involvement with operations of work?
So the commission's responsibilities are outlined within the Montana Code, right? So the way that the commission operates is dictated by what the code says. In general, commissions, boards set policy, and then the staff executes the policy. So in general, we would not expect that that a commission would manage the contract. So our contract has one contract liaison, that all matters with regards to that contract are to be resolved. So Hoppen York has one point of contact. Now, that does not mean that when Hoppen York is doing their work, that they're not engaging lots of people in order to do that work. And the commission may be one of that group. I think at the last meeting, there was conversation about having a more active role, or that there might be commission members who would be participating more actively to understand what's happening with the contract. But again, the work for that is really at the basis of the state library, about how that work is being completed. Now, the work can come back to the commission at the end. The commission may go, we don't like the work. And we don't want that. We want the commission to be happy with the work, right? We want the commission to be going, this is really good. I'm just going to give you a little personal story about me. I've been with the state since 2015. I started in the Department of Administration last year as an attorney with the department under the director, and I'm assigned, I have 3 main areas that I work on. I work for SITSD to provide them with support. I support state procurement, which is why I'm here. And I also support the chief data officer. Most of that work is all contract. I have lots of what I call special projects, but most of that is transactional contract work that I do for the state. One of those contracts that I worked on was with the state library, of which I found out that I could get a Montana State Library card, which I had never heard about before. And that I have the opportunity to check out professional development, digital materials that I can read, that I don't have to go to the library, I don't have to purchase, I can just check them out in the state library. This is information that every state employee should have, right? Every state employee should have this information. It should be one of like, hey, here's some cool things that you have the opportunity to do. Professional development is really important to me. So I look at that and I go, this is why I feel this informational exchange is important, because not only does all of the people in the state of Montana need to understand, but also the employees. So I'm hopeful that at the end of this campaign, we will know these things, and I won't have to be, oh, the reason why I know about it is because I worked on the contract, which is, that's like one person, right? Like I've been telling people about it, but I got my little library card. It's all good. And I checked something out. So I'm encouraged and excited about this work. But I do think that we also have to be considerate and understanding that we are, for whatever reason, and I think that there was a lot of discussion about maybe the work that I gave you could have been done in a more timely manner, right? On what you had asked for, but we're operating in a more shortened time frame. And what we don't want to have is to take action to say, oh, you have to wait until the board meeting to get this approved before you can move on, because then we actually might be in breach, right? Because we have to give them timely decisions about their work. So that's just what I would caution about the role between the commission and the state library in the implementation of this contract, if that assists you.
Yes, thank you for clarification.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to withdraw my second.
Okay, so both have been removed. Do we need a motion, or is work free to move forward? Can I get a clarification?
I don't need a motion for work to continue under the contract.
Mr. Chair, I guess what I would like is if we could just brainstorm as a commission, if that is possible, for the awareness campaign to include the information about the hotspot, to include the information about the Montana Memory Project, to include the state library card, to include the information about the cadastral, the Talking Book program. I mean, there are so, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is what I want from this. Let's move on. We're done with everything. We just need to put the word out on what the state library does. And that is what I would really like to see. And if we don't get the staff, let's have the staff make sure that all that information is given to Addie. And I know it has been already. So if we can just get on with it, that is what I think needs to be done.
And I'd like to point out too, thank you so much, Robin. I think part of my confusion was that the talk initially was all about the rollout of the logo, That's not the rollout. That's not the purpose. If you want to roll out the logo, send it around to the state agencies. What we are talking about now is totally different. We are talking now about informing the public about
Awareness.
Right. Yeah. And so do you still, Mr. Chair, do you still want Robin and I to be liaisons, or are we going to just drop that too? That was assigned at the
It
meeting.
sounds like it's not necessary.
Yeah,
at this
I would
point.
agree.
I think if Hoffman York and Addie moving forward, continue to reach out and provide communication about the development. It sounds like you have eager commissioners to participate in that conversation.
And for fiscal awareness, I know they commented that, oh, we could buy television advertising, radio advertising. And I would just like to point out, I think we need to depend on PSAs and not spend money on that.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could, I believe motion wise, if we get back to our agenda, there was no action taken because there was no change with the contract. The contract is staying, and I welcome that. I know in our work session, we also looked at the statement of work, and within the statement of work, and I know if you have that amongst your documents, if you could turn to page 4, because that's where I believe we are beginning at this point. We are beginning with the campaign planning and the creative, and then going to go into 5, which is media buy and campaign launch. And if I could draw your attention to the deliverable section. And I believe this is the pointed leadership action that I think the commission can delineate out to Hoffman and York. When it says the MSL stakeholder and decision maker approval. And I believe if we look backward, that's where the challenge was. Who approved? When was it approved? And what I would seek then is who are they? Who is the MSL stakeholder group? Who is the decision maker approval? And I think, Mr. Chair, that's incumbent upon the commission to approve it. But again, coming back to where we were, one isn't just an approval, one is just a given. There needs to be choice within what the commission approves, or a really strong emphasis of why one was given. So we don't walk backwards, let's move forward. I would like to know who MSL stakeholder and decision make approval. And I think that's incumbent for Hoffman and York also to say, yes, they're working with State Library, but who is that? And I realize there's a line on the contract. And is it your name on the contract? I think so. Yes, yeah, yep. And I recognize that in my work at the agency, you know, who does sign that. But ultimately the responsibility would be this commission on what that looks like. So I'm asking for delineation of MSL stakeholder and decision maker approval. Who will that be?
Melissa, do you have any reports?
Yeah,
on-
so I just want to clarify a little bit. My name is listed on this contract as the contact because I am designated as the agency procurement officer, which is something that the procurement office requires from each agency. And so that is why my name is listed on this contract. There is no other reason. I'm not sure if you're inferring that I am the one making the decisions, but that is not the case.
I believe superintendent is asking who is Hoffman York communicating with if the commission isn't participating in the process moving forward?
So how we have set this up in the past is that we, Hoffman York meets with our management team. And the management team has the discussions, directs who needs to be talked with to complete research, et cetera. But the management team at the State Library is who has been the key stakeholders so far. And Jenny, that's right.
And Mr. Chair, if I could also add to this, how much money do we have left in this campaign? And I know we had a little bit of discussion at our work session, but how much money do we have left in order to make the deliverables occur?
So we are on step 3, if I'm remembering correctly. And total allotment that has been approved is, I believe, 292,000. That the amount of the contract itself is about 210,000. The difference there is for incidentals. We don't have any intention of spending all of that amount, but for things like travel, other items that are named in the contract. So far, we have spent, I think it's 145,000. You'll have to, those are estimates, but about 145,000 has been spent so far. All of those dollar amounts are outlined in the contract.
So, Mr. Chair, and then Melissa, moving forward then, the delta that's left for the work for 4 and 5.
So it's 145 and 210, so 65 or so.
So commission, if our responsibility is the financial obligation with these dollars, even though they are state dollars or foundation money, may I then ask, that we are involved, that the commission has an understanding of this, and it's not just given, but it's created within the commission and the staff at the library. And I would do that under budget as much as anything. And I'm not saying that this is the normal practice. I believe we can get to a normal practice, but I believe because what occurred, that we need to put faith into it with work. And I believe that communication can flow easily. Doesn't have to happen. We can have meetings outside of the scheduled meetings. Of course, they are noted and public, but if, I don't want to use the word subcommittee too much, but if liaisons from the commission could work within whatever that stakeholder group is asking, I'm asking to have it be defined more, then I think believability with the action will lead us forward and not swirl or move backward. That's what I'm asking.
I hear you, Superintendent. Is that going to create a breach of contract by looking at where we're at today?
Is that directed to me?
Yes, sorry, Michelle.
It's okay, that's all right. I just think that there's caution that should be involved in when you're talking about what level of oversight the commission is doing with regards to the work of Hoffman York. And so I don't see any issue if we're talking about reporting back to the commission, providing information to the commission. However, if I don't know, because it's not it hasn't happened, right? So it's a little bit of talking about like what could happen. And it might all go fine and everything is fine. But if that work or that level of involvement that the commission, that the commissioner is proposing may result in Hoffman York not being able to complete the work. And then I think that's what would be the problem. If there is communication back to the commission about what is happening, there's reporting is always good and fine, and you can see what that looks like. But if there is a stop, like, oh, you can't move forward until this happens, then that might create an issue.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I don't believe I'm asking for a stoppage or a pause. I'm asking for communication flow. And I need it defined on who the stakeholder group is, because I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing the decision maker approval. So if decision maker approval is centralized, if it's the staff, then that needs to be designated to the commission so that we recognize role, or if it is in a communication flow back and forth. I do not want to walk backward to where we were. I want us to move forward transparently, and it's for their sake, the vendor's sake. I think it's important for them to recognize so we don't hold them hostage by any means.
And I would agree with Mr. Chair. I would agree also with, we don't want to hold anything up. I would also maybe rely a little on Hoffman York. Under Governor Bullock, they had an $8 million contract for tourism in Montana. And I would find it hard to believe that they spent $8 million without ever having to report back to somebody in government. And so I would think that Hoffman York has experience with keeping the people who fund you in the loop, I would hope. But I understand what you're saying. So Elsie, would you like to still have one person be a liaison? Is that what you're saying? Or would you just want updates, which we can do through Zoom?
To give the authority of the commission in the, how much, 120?
So the remaining amount in the contract is about 60,000.
Well, it goes to 190, 295.
Okay.
The remaining amount that's named in the contract that's left to be spent and paid to them is $60,000.
If I can understand then, Melissa, has everything, I don't know the deliverable aspect because it's the statement of work doesn't have the budgetary.
It's in the contract.
Point to it. So have we had deliverables of everything up to the dollar figure that you just said?
Yes. Those are named in the contract.
Okay, I think part of my middle name is Verify as well, but
If I could remind the commission, so we entered into contract in August. Hoffman York conducted their initial research. throughout the late summer and fall of 2021. One of the questions that Hoffman York was asked to research and make a recommendation on was whether or not the state library should change their name. And Hoffman York first appeared before the commission in a report this past February of 2022, when they shared the results of their research with the commission. That was the first report back that Hoffman York provided. At that meeting, they also provided their recommendation based on their research and expertise, that the state library retain their name, library. So that was another deliverable that was met in the contract, funded in the amount of funding that has previously been paid. Those updates have been presented to the commission.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, then I'm looking, at the contract, page 2, up at the discussion up at the chart that's up at the top. So we are in phase 4, campaign planning and creative. Anything prior to phase 4 has been expended and delivered. So what I am looking at is moving forward in the deliverables of it, and there are expenditures up to that of close to 80,000. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm looking at then, moving forward, it is not that the commission gives up the authority of the expenditures, but also is recognized while those expenditures are occurring. And because of putting believability back into this work, I believe a liaison from the commission needs to be part of what that statement of work states, which is who is the stakeholder group or the decision maker approval. If it is not the commission, will these things come back to the commission for a vote? Or is it only going to be held within a stakeholder group or a different decision maker? Because it's not annotated here, nor in the contract.
Thank you, Superintendent, and I appreciate the conversation we continue to have on this. But it's my understanding that part of the work should have been defined when the contract was drafted. I'm still hearing from legal in the room that there's fear and risk in including and inviting commission input in the process moving forward. I think what we can ask of our staff is more communication about the process. Would internal communication outward be sufficient for what you're asking?
Mr. Chair, I may have heard something different from Ms. Snowberger than what you had. I don't believe that we will act as any kind of a delay to hinder the vendor or the contract moving forward. I believe information flow is necessary. We have had a lot of media. There's been a lot of interface. We need to put the state library on a pedestal, and we need to do that with an information flow that is extremely transparent, not just to the patrons that we serve, but to all of Montana. And I firmly believe with the newness of the commission and the workings and the relationship that can be built and the believability moving forward, that the terms of decision maker need to be the commission. That is not a point of delay. That is not putting the contract at risk. That is being nimble with communication. But I firmly believe that is the responsibility of the commission, not staff. Money flow, I believe in our bylaws, budgetary actions are determined by the commission. And yes, this may be abnormal because it is in a different sense, but I believe firmly that this is an action to pull us out and to brighten the face of the state library and to give information to our commission as new as it is.
Commissioner Burnett and Commissioner Jablowski, being two members newest to the commission, I would encourage both of you to provide input on this topic.
Mr. Chair, I think that Commissioner Superintendent Arnson is ready to make a motion. By the sound of, she's clarified her request. Maybe it's time for a motion and discussion on the specifics of her request.
Superintendent, do you have a motion prepared?
I do, Mr. Chair, in all this discussion. Again, I'd like to clarify who the decision makers are. I believe the decision makers are indeed the commission. And that would be by a vote, a transparent vote, that would be at a commission meeting. I believe the budgetary, that includes budgetary as well as the rollout process moving forward. How that is done does not need to be possibly discussed at this point, but I believe the ultimate end is the role of the commission.
However, I just heard that if we continue to vote, we will delay and be in breach of contract. Is that right, Michelle? Could be seen as,
Sure. I can't say that it is I won't know, nothing has happened yet. So it's unclear. But if you are, if the work continues and the Hoffman York continues to do according to the timeline, according to the scope of work, according to their interactions as already planned with the state library, then that's not an issue. There's no issue because everything is moving forward according to plan. Just a counterpoint as to the budget has already been authorized in this. So there is nothing else to talk about for money with regards to this. Now, you may look and they might come back and go, oh, this is our media campaign, right? Or this is what we'd like to do for the TV and here's our PSA. And you may go, I don't want to put that out. That's completely within your control. You're able to say, what are we going to do with the material that they've developed for us? And certainly we want it to be successful. So I know Hoffman York is going to look to make it successful. They're a fabulous company and they do this type of work for all sorts of state agencies across the country. They do it for states all across the country. So this is completely in their wheelhouse. I'm confident that they're going to deliver good product based on work that they've already done, not just for the state of Montana, but for other states. So I look and I say communication is correct, and the state library could bring back a report to you about where they are and what's happening, and that you could then have a better understanding of where they are in the project. I don't see any issue with that. If you're saying that we're stopping and we're going to vote in the next quarter on this motion about who is the decision maker, then that's going to be a problem because that's 3 months away and that probably puts them at risk about not being able to complete the contract. But if you're just saying, we want Hoffman York to do what they were going to do anyway, and we're going to come back and give reports, and there's going to be some kind of further delineation about information that is necessary for the commission to make decisions about the ultimate result of the deliverables, I don't see an issue to that.
thank you, Michelle. Understanding the approaching timeline, I would see that as aggressive. My question to members of the commission is,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I move that without delaying anything in the Hoffman York contract, that they give information updates to the commission in a timely fashion as they judge through Zoom meetings, regular meetings, or email.
is there a second? So
Just information.
I heard two different things, but we'll go with this motion. Motion moved by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Burnett to continue to move. We're continuing to move forward with ongoing communication and updates from Hoffman York about progress completion. I'm sorry, there's a glare on the screen, so I can't really read it.
Here you go. That-
Would you like me to read it? You want, you can say, there you go.
I'll just repeat. Motion moved by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Burnett. Without delaying anything in the contract, Hoffman York give informational updates to the commission by regular Zoom meetings, regular meetings, and email, or email.
Mhm.
Is there any further discussion?
Thank you. Just for discussion point, I very much appreciate the informational aspect, but it's a decision-making that I believe that, decision-making, of course, without any kind of a delay, but rather than being given, is there going to be any participation? And if that participation could be, and I'm going to say it again, a liaison or someone from the commission that could be part of the centralized staff discussion, so that it's not just given to the commission, I would be very appreciative.
Thank you, Superintendent.
So I would call for action on this motion and then a motion on a liaison.
Or we could, or Mr. Chair, we could amend this to add it into that. So we just have the one.
You can amend it.
Do we, I need someone to move.
So I'd like to offer, has this been seconded? It has.
Yes.
Of course. Thank you.
We-
Thank you
we were
very much,
just in
Commissioner Burnett.
Burnett.
Then I would like to amend this amendment to add a line that there be a liaison from the commission during the, I don't want to say, during the progress of the rollout or the progress of the development.
Is there a second to this motion?
We vote
I
on the
think you
amendment.
have to accept her friendly amendment,
Yes, we have to accept the amendment or reject.
both of you.
I just think the offer of the amendment does. You find this to be a friendly amendment?
I'm, yes. I just don't want to lose the motion over the amendment, but
Um,
are you okay? Tom?
just go to screen time.
See, that's my problem.
So moved by Commissioner Hall, seconded,
I can't on her screen.
seconded by,
Are you gonna?
seconded by Commissioner Burnett. With,
I would like to remove that. I think it needs to be two motions. I'd like to vote on my initial motion.
Perfect. And I accept that.
okay,
Okay.
That's fine with me.
back to the original, moved by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Burnett, without delaying anything in the contract, Hoffman York. We ask Hoffman York to give a bit additional updates to the commission by regular Zoom meetings, and or email. Is there any further comment from members of the commission? I would like to, well, I have my own comment as a member of the commission.
Yeah.
I certainly support communication and ask for communication in the process moving forward. And I think that's, you know, an ask that we can have from our staff and from the agency that we contracted with. So I would support this motion. Commissioner Scribner.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I agree with what you just reiterated. I mean, it could be a simple message on an email saying we interviewed Jennifer Burnell. Jennifer Burnell presented with the gentleman from Corvallis, his presentation with the teaching, with the teachers and their memory projects. Just a simple message would be all that I would be fine with that. Would everyone else be fine with that? I mean, that says that basically.
Is there any further commissioner comment? No other commissioner comment. Is there any public comment on this matter? Hearing no public comment, I call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
So
Is
I
there
would
s-
like to now make a motion to have a commissioner be a liaison while this work is being, while the progress of this work is being completed.
And I would second that.
Is there further?
May I just ask for clarification on the role of this liaison to make sure that there's no misunderstanding? So the role of the liaison would be to work with the leadership team in Hoffman York to review the deliverables and to provide feedback on the deliverables. And then this team, the leadership team with the liaison, is empowered to approve deliverables under the terms of the contract. Is that everyone's understanding?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I believe that everything is correct in what you just said, except for the aspect of, are we giving the authority then for everything and how it's going to be rolled out then, with no other feedback coming back from the commission? Will there never be another vote that this has been approved or the vehicle has been approved of?
So maybe if we could talk in practical terms about what is needed to be approved. And I hope Addie can maybe help me a little bit with this. With regard to the internal stakeholders and who they are, it's the staff and it's the commission internal to our agencies. So we're talking about the use of the logo on our websites. We're talking about how the staff talks about our programs to patrons. What kind of practical messaging can Hoffman York help us develop that Jennifer can share with teachers about the Montana Memory Project, and that Erin Fashaway can share with members of the GIS community to make them more aware of our services. So it's messaging, it's the platform and tools that we use to share that messaging. When we talk about external stakeholders, we are talking about people who are external to our agency. So the legislature, teachers, librarians, the public, the surveying community who needs to know about the real-time network, the clerks and recorders who are working with Erin on the geo-enabled elections program, the public safety answering points who are working with us on our 911 program. And Robin had a fantastic list of other stakeholders who should be aware of our services. So the practical work to be delivered in the next 6 months is the messaging, the media, and the decisions about the platforms and the timing of the delivery of those messaging to those stakeholder groups to help educate them about the services of the state library. So Addie, I hope I've described that work accurately. So my question back to the commission is, does the commission feel like you need to be involved in deciding what that messaging says to those stakeholder groups, the platforms by which we convey those messages, the public opportunities we have to talk about our programs and services, and the timing and delivery of those messages? Or is this the leadership team with a commission liaison empowered to direct Hoffman York as they develop those deliverables? It seems like a lot of work to have regular meetings of the commission, to have the commission tell Hoffman York, you should direct teachers to use the memory project with this kind of messaging through this platform.
That has not been part of any of the motions. that we would have to have regular meetings with this commission over that. So I don't,
And that's why I asked the
Yeah,
question, what is
no,
the role of
I
the
think it's
liaison?
clear.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, while we're still in a comment from members of the commission, my concern is the commitment from who the liaison is. This is a big ask for someone over the next 6 months, something I cannot commit to personally. Having served on the commission almost 3 years, I would do a disservice even serving in this role. Just yesterday in orientation, I'm still learning services that the library is providing. And just, I struggle with understanding how a liaison will make this process move quickly. Thank you,
If I
Superintendent.
could, Mr. Chair, I'm coming back to the documents that were created and are legal part of the contract. As it says, an external communication plan, recommendations and presentation. It's a plan, so it may be as intimate as Jenny had shared, or it could be as broad as, saying this is where we're going to go and put our eggs in a basket here, or we're going to put more money here. I know that a rollout of a plan may have extenuating circumstances, which will ask for more dollars, whether there are dollars of the foundation, or it's a legislative plan moving forward, or it's something for a 5-year future plan. I believe that the commitment from the commission on budgeting is stated in the bylaws and part of who we are. And it's not to shirk the work, but if we have an external plan and an internal plan, that is something the commission, I believe, should be readily available either to vote on or to have intimate knowledge of, which I believe that this motion points to.
Is there further comment from members of the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the motion preceding this provides that informational flow that we asked for and we moved and obtained. So it directs the information to come to the commission. And it might supersede some of the details in the contract, but because it doesn't delineate. But I think that the desire for information is covered in the previous motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there further discussion from members of the commission?
I'm sorry, I would like to hear from Addie that I think in the past, some of us have felt that the information flow was not there and there wasn't transparency. Do you feel pretty clear with the motion that the information flow back and forth between us? How do you feel about that? And do you have clear directive, or would a liaison be of help without delaying your process?
I feel very clear around the cadence of communication needed and have already kind of internally outlined what those touch points would look like. With regard to the second half of your question in terms of, could you restate the second half of your question regarding the liaison?
Well, do you see where a liaison would be helpful for you in communicating with us? Would that help you without delaying the process?
I feel open to inputs from a liaison. I am concerned about delays to the process, given the history of delays we've experienced since mid-June on this project. So, this is really, the ability to be successful here is really contingent on this, we'll call it a larger work group, inclusive of the liaison, commitment to moving the process along in a reasonable fashion that, is in accord with a timeline that we would propose in order to meet our contract obligations.
Thank you, Addie. Is there any further comment from members of the commission?
I think I'm trying to envision what that would look like in decision making, as in they would present their media campaign and we would vote on their media campaign to proceed? Or you just would rather have X amount goes to radio, X amount? I mean, would you have more input on that? I just need some clarification. I personally think we should let the media experts do their job. And we've talked about this quite a bit. And I think from their little examples, I think they're going to do what we're asking them to do. And we just need to get it going and have it meet the timeline, theirs and ours.
Thank you for allowing me to clarify. What the motion says is that there would be a representative during that, if we have defined, because it isn't defined in the statement of work, which is a legal document attached to the contract. If we have defined then that the decision maker is the staff working group through the state librarian, what I am asking then is that there be a liaison to include in that from the commission. It doesn't say that there is a vote coming back to the commission. That's not what this motion states. But what it does state clearly, though, that there is a view of a member, whether it's in a Zoom or in email or however it might be attributed with an information flow, to recognize the work moving forward. That's all this motion does.
Thank you, Superintendent, for the clarification. Are there any other questions or comments? I feel like we're going rounds. Hearing no further comment, I call for public comment. Is there any public comment on this matter? All right, I call for the vote. Those in favor of the motion, and I'm just going to read it again. Motion by Superintendent Arntzen, seconded by Commissioner Hall. There be a liaison from the commission during the progress of the development. Those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
2 ayes. I heard Superintendent Arntzen and then Commissioner Hall. Those opposed signify by nay. Motion fails.
If I could, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to add this, that I think it's incumbent then on the working group to have not a detailed report, but to have a robust information flow at our scheduled meetings and quite possibly those in between. I lived through this, as many did before. We are not going to walk backward. And that also means that needs to be transparent to our patrons as well as to general public, so that in our workings moving forward, we hold the state libraries very, very, we hold it as high as we possibly can. And I believe communication and information flow is what I was attempting to do. If I can receive that, and I think we can get there, then I think moving forward is where we should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And Superintendent Arntzen, I also agree with you. I think communication 5 years from now and 50 years from now is critical to the library's success. We all can agree upon that.
And I just want to add that we will work with Addie and at the earliest possible date, get to the commission information to you about a cadence for those regular kinds of updates, both email and Zoom, as well as during your regular commission meetings. So that you can plan for those updates.
I know we did have a meeting with Dylan Klapmeyer at 12:30. Has anyone been in contact with him?
He's been online.
He's been online. Let me go through. Yep, he's still online. Dylan, you still around?
Yeah, hi, Chairman and Jenny. I was waiting for the break and then I was going to head down there in person.
Okay, is everyone comfortable moving to a lunch break? Okay. Yes, let's reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Good. What is that?
So there
And
is
for
still
lunch?
one more action item when we come back.
Lunch is in the hallway.
It,
Um,
it, it will be in the afternoon. Yep.
We can't eat in this room, and the rotunda was booked. So unfortunately, we have to eat at the benches in the hallway. Thank you. Sorry about that.
As we reconvene the Montana State Library Commission meeting, I just want to thank everyone for their patience and understanding as we do have thoughtful conversations. We are also running behind schedule. So first on conversation as we reconvene, we're going to have one action item, and then we're going to have Dylan come forward and provide his information. So Kara, welcome back to the podium.
Hello again. Kara Orban, State Librarian. And for the benefit of our new commissioners, I'd like to briefly review the purpose of this policy. This is, excuse me, this is an electronic resources collection development policy, which is intended to describe the criteria that the State Library, the Network Advisory Council, and the State Library Commission may use to recommend and approve e-resources that we may fund, procure, or otherwise facilitate through our agency. And this draft policy was introduced to the commission at their October meeting, and it covers our agency's mission in the context of providing these resources, the scope and community served by these resources, the funding sources that we may use for these contracts, the selection process, and the collection challenge process that the public may use to bring up any concerns about this content, and a statement of Montanans' rights and responsibilities regarding this content. And at the end of the policy, we have a request template for reconsideration of materials. And at our October meeting, Commissioner Hall requested that we revise and clarify language regarding parents and caregivers' involvement in minors' use of library content. And we also brought this policy to the Network Advisory Council at their November meeting, and they had some practical revisions to offer regarding the amount of time that we might need to review reconsideration requests, to add language to ensure that we are not entertaining repeat challenges to the same title within a certain amount of time, and pertaining to the language about parents' role in overseeing their children's use of the library. We did seek legal counsel regarding that language, and we have adapted that language to reflect what our legal counsel told us, which is that libraries legally cannot challenge minors' rights to access material, but we certainly encourage caregivers to be familiar with what their children are reading and to guide children's use of the library. So I'd like to ask if there are any questions about this collection development policy.
To get to the final copy of this, we go to the agenda and then it's on the. Okay. Thank you. I have to get to that. Just give me a minute. Okay. Okay, where is the parent statement in the new one?
Genevieve, if you would scroll down to the section that talks about intellectual freedom and personal responsibility, we've added language there that addresses children and teens and the role of parents and caregivers.
I just had a hard time finding this. I went. Okay, I went to, it's not on the part under your part, but is it under the agenda? Oh, I have to go to the agenda part. Okay, that was the problem. I was going to your part. I apologize. Yeah. It's the policy. Yeah, I gotcha. I had to get it from last month. Yeah. Okay. And I wanted to read this statement and I asked Jenny about filters for pornography. Would you explain that? And you said that's a policy?
Well, let me clarify one point. Public libraries have adopt internet computer use policies. And those policies talk about appropriate use of those computers and identify pornography and access to obscene materials as inappropriate use of library public access computers. This policy does not pertain to public access computers. This policy pertains to things like ebooks, e-audio, other kinds of online e-resources that the state library and in collaboration with libraries around the state procure for their collections. Does that help?
So this is only access to what you already have, and you have filtered out pornography. Okay. I think my question also, and just to be totally, I think we need to be partners with parents today. I think children today, and especially when I look at 100 in the libraries, and what I've talked to people about is in smaller communities, the children really use these computers. They are on our reservations and in smaller communities where people can't afford computers, or they also have a problem with children who will go to the library to see things their parents won't let them see. And I know we had that one librarian say, don't expect me to check everything a child is reading. If they can read anything in the book, in the library. And I know when I was a kid, we had an adult section and a children's section, and you could not read books from the children's section. I understand the parent that stood up and said, my kids can read anything in the library, and that's her choice as a parent. I need to know how we protect parents too, parents' rights, that their kids are not going to the library and going to the adult section and getting things that are really not appropriate for children. Now you're saying here, of course, we talked about this under the value statement, and we have the value statement quoted in here. And I, tried to amend it that for adults, and then for age appropriate or for legal materials, and none of those passed. But I still, even more so with e-information, I just think we really need to help parents so that their kids aren't going there and getting things that parents don't know it. And you can say, well, they should, but we're not really helping them here. I just need your opinion.
Mr. Chair, from what I know, most libraries have a firewall. The schools have firewalls that do not allow pornography to come across. Now, books, it's a different story. But usually there isn't pornography. I mean, there's material that a lot of us probably don't think is acceptable for children. But as far as computers having pornography, there are the firewalls. Am I correct?
Right, and that's what Jenny was saying.
Right. Yeah, but to be clear, this policy doesn't pertain to libraries' public access computers. Those policies are separate and are adopted by local libraries.
Okay, so
But
what
these
does
are ebooks.
This policy is our ebooks. Okay.
Our ebooks,
But we have-
e-audio, different kinds of online databases that we provide access to, like some of our genealogy databases that are so popular. any of those kinds of resources that the state library would enter into and hold the contract for in partnership with local libraries.
Okay.
And that can include school and academic libraries as well as public
But
libraries.
that's what
But this does not govern open access to the internet. You know, I agree with you, Tammy. I think libraries and the state library should work in partnership with parents in an educational role to help parents understand the kinds of materials that are available to their children. And we do that in a variety of ways by sharing information about the reading level that materials are available for. And there's other kinds of information about the intended audience and that kind of thing. So as we say in the document, libraries encourage caregivers to be familiar with that information. And our role is to make sure that the actual borrower of that information, as well as their parents and caregivers, have enough information to know what it is that they're
Now, do the ebooks include of books people check out? Do they, like, if I wanted to go check out The Old Man and the Sea, it is available as an ebook?
I couldn't swear to
Yes.
swear to
No,
the
but I mean,
individual
that's what
titles,
I'm
but
talking.
yes.
That,
Yes, and I'd like to draw attention to the statement in this paragraph that says levels of patron access vary by library type and by local library policy. And so we are not able to govern how local libraries and boards and school boards set their circulation policies at the local level. We're acknowledging that in this statement. Also, what is available to students at their school library will be different from what is available to those students if they go to their public library. And so the funding that we put into the school ebooks contract will fund things that the school board and their selectors have determined are appropriate for their students. And so whenever they are considering what the state library makes available to them, their local policies will take precedence over what they decide to enter into contract with us to provide. So yes, Old Man in the Sea, and anything else that is available as a public physical book may be available through the public library, Montana Library to Go collection.
and I think that's what I don't know how to address. There's a book that's very popular today. Is it Gay as a Gender? I went on and it's Gay as a Gender or whatever. It's a comic book, but it's considered an adult book. It's a graphic novel, but it's very graphic. And that's probably one of the most protested books around the country by parents. And yet a student could go on or an 8-year-old or something, if they heard about it, and bring up these very graphic pictures that are supposedly a comic book. So I gave the example of The Old Man and the Sea, but that wouldn't be counted as pornography. It's one of the top, it's actually in most of the Montana libraries because I checked, because I had a request about it. No, the other one, the graphic one. This would not stop a kid, an 7 or 8 or 9-year-old going in the library and just getting access to that.
So
Can we? We shouldn't.
I think part of it though is if we remove control from local authority and responsibility of parents, what service are we providing when we talk about all e-resources?
I was wondering when they were talking about the information we'll be giving out with Hoffman York, that might be a really important place to do that, is let parents know that you are responsible, to check what your kids are reading, know what your kids are reading. And maybe it's our job not to tell them. I mean, I don't have the answer here. If legally this is all we can do, but I do not want to be the person making things available to kids that they shouldn't be seeing, so.
Yeah, that's our understanding from legal counsel is that we cannot legally tell minors what to read or not to read, and that it is appropriate for us to have a role in communicating to parents and caregivers what is available at the library and letting them make decisions for the minors in their care. And
Who makes,
also
I'm
that
sorry, what did you say? I didn't quite understand.
allowing that our role as an agency may be to communicate what is in our collections and to make it clear what caregivers and parents may need to know to guide their children's use of the library, that we can't legally tell their children you can or cannot check something out, that is a family decision or a caregiver's decision. And we can certainly put that in when someone signs up for a library card, that we put that language into the application stating that you are aware of and responsible for a minor's use of the library if the minor is in your care.
Mr. Chair and
That's a good
Kara,
idea.
the last line there says, libraries encourage caregivers to be familiar with what their children are reading and to guide their children's use of the library.
Mhm.
So
That's
there,
all we
I
can
mean,
do.
yeah. Mhm.
And similarly, if a citizen finds something in the collection that they find objectionable, we do have a process where they can
Mhm.
bring that to our advisory board and our commission to consider whether or not it's appropriate to have this available to the general public.
And is that why you had in the recommendations that if something already had been protested, it couldn't be protested again?
This was brought up at the Network Advisory Council. A library director pointed out that if there were a group that had a particular interest in removing a certain title, that perhaps they would try to flood the board with requests to remove the title, and that it would not be in the interest of the board or their business to consider the same title repeatedly within a year or I think it's 3
I
years
think
time.
it said 3 years.
Yes, 3 years time.
I don't know I'm comfortable with that. I don't know that's our place to tell people they can't protest the same book within 3 years. Go ahead.
Commissioner Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for Kara. Is it possible to come up with a one-pager on the legal basis that you got from legal, maybe the court cases that end up with that conclusion?
I look at Jenny because we received memos from the attorney.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, we do have a legal memo from Agency Legal Services that I can share with the commission.
Follow up?
Certainly.
I'd like to address the last sentence, libraries encourage caregivers and so forth. If it would be the desire of the commission, I would propose that that be amended a bit to call out the role of families in particular. To say, as Jenny just did, families and caregivers, or families and other caregivers, to make it plain that it's not just a caregiver, it's a family and caregivers.
Yeah, I think that's really relevant.
Libraries encourage families and caregivers.
Yeah. Or parents, excuse me, I meant to say parents.
Here?
Yes. So I'd like to make a motion to that effect.
I'd second it.
I move that language be changed to include the word parents and.
Just bear with me. I'm relying on my faithful Jenny.
Oh, wait till spell check does something fun.
So moved by Commissioner Burnett, seconded by Commissioner Hall, to change the last sentence of the intellectual language section to read parents and caregivers. Is there any further comment from members of the commission? the
And I
intellectual
second
freedom. So the motion is now, I believe, accurately represented on the screen. There was room for further comment from members of the commission. Is there any public comment? Hearing no further comment, I would like to call for a vote. Those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
One more time.
Oh, yeah. So sorry, you guys.
Hard when somebody's watching. what you're doing. You're doing fine.
So language still mirrors what was presented in conversation. No red underline this time. So we'll adopt with what's on the screen with parents and caregivers with proper spelling. There was a call for a vote. Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carries.
I move we adopt the policy as changed today.
Is there a second from a member of the commission? Thank you, Commissioner Dubowski. I think I got this, Genevieve. Motioned by,
Are we still gonna get the legal document?
I'll be able to send that to you probably later this afternoon or tomorrow.
You want to wait voting on the policy till we see it?
so we'll move forward with the vote, and if it,
I would like to see the legal opinion first, so I will probably vote no, but
okay. So moved by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Dubowski, to adopt the policy as changed today. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, same sign.
no.
Motion carries. I think we're done with action item. Kara, thank you so much.
Time compensation was not.
We have more action items in the afternoon.
Yeah, I thought
So, but, yeah.
Yeah, that's we still have new business action items.
Okay.
But next on our new business is 2023 legislative session update by Dylan Clapmeyer, Education Policy Advisor to the Governor. Thank you, Dylan.
Thanks, Chair Johnson. Yeah, as you said, my name is Dylan Clapmeyer. I'm the Governor's Education Policy Advisor. It's great to see you all in person. I know I've communicated with many of you through email and on the phone, so it's good to meet you in person. The state librarian asked me to give a brief update on the governor's legislative agenda as it pertains to education. So I'll go briefly through that, and then I believe the state librarian has additional information about the commission's specific legislative proposals. I want to start with an update on a proposal to change the administrative attachment for 3 of the state's commissions, including the state library. So this is a proposal that the Lieutenant Governor has been working on as part of the Governor's Red Tape Relief Initiative, which the purpose of which is to find efficiencies in state government and streamline operations to better serve the people of Montana, which we feel this would accomplish. I know the state librarian has been meeting with the Lieutenant Governor, the Department of Administration, as well as the directors for the Historical Society and the Arts Council. So just kind of an overview is under Montana law, boards and commissions, including the Library Commission, are attached to specific state agencies for administrative purposes. So currently the Library Commission, the Arts Council, and the Historical Society are administratively attached to the State Board of Education, which is made up of the Board of Public Education, the Board of Regents, and it's chaired by the governor. The State Board of Education meets very infrequently and doesn't have staff, and therefore doesn't actually provide any administrative support to the Library Commission, Arts Council, or Historical Society. And these are kind of the only three agencies that report to that State Board of Education. The rest are attached to an established executive branch agency. So we think that this move would come at an important time for the state library, as you're increasingly providing information technology and mapping services to the public. The state's SITSD division is housed at the Department of Administration, and attachment of the state library to the Department of Administration would facilitate better collaboration. So that's why we've been in discussion with DOA on that. As a result of the current makeup of being attached to the State Board of Education, you and other commissions have had to seek administrative support to do your jobs through other means, such as entering contracts with third parties for human resources, legal, and other types of assistance to streamline operations and reduce this periodic burden on taxpayers and improve your ability to serve the people of Montana. Our proposal is to move your administrative attachment from the State Board of Education to the Department of Administration, along with the Historical Society and Arts Council. I want to stress the state library would retain all of your statutory authority. That's not being touched, as well as the day-to-day authority that you've delegated to your staff at the state library. And you would also retain your authority to exercise policy making functions like you do in this meeting, independently of the Department of Administration and without approval or control of those decisions by DOA. An example that I personally like to compare this to is with the Board of Pardons and Parole. It's administratively attached to the Department of Corrections, and the board works with the Department of Corrections on HR, payroll, legal, and state policies and procedures. But Director Gutkin doesn't have the authority to tell the board what to do or how to operate. So this reorganization, we think, would strengthen the state library's relationship with DOA, giving you greater access to human resources, technology, and legal resources that the department DOA provides for all of state government and is very good and efficient at doing. And again, the commission would exercise all of its statutory authority, including the authority to employ the state librarian and all of the staff that you currently do. Some differences that would come from this is being attached to the Department of Administration would change your budgeting process a little bit, not the budget, but the process. Rather than working directly with the budget office, your director, the state librarian, would work with the Department of Administration, and your budget would be reviewed by the General Government Subcommittee of the Legislature, Section A, as opposed to the Education Subcommittee as it currently is, Section E. And again, this would go for all three of these commissions, and it would be more logical aligning these entities with the rest of the state executive branch to just provide you better administrative support. There's not a bill draft that's been dropped yet or anything like that. This is a conceptual, this is a concept that we welcome your feedback on and that we'll continue engaging with your staff on. But before I move into the rest of the governor's education agendas, I wanted to highlight that one, and I might stop there and see if there's any questions or comments or anything I missed, Jenny.
First, let the commission ask any questions.
I have a question. I think it's a great idea. I think it makes more sense there. And what would that give us a different group of attorneys we could get seek to get, or do we still use the administration attorney? Where does it come from now?
Right now, we don't have a consistent legal support. We go back and forth between some of the attorneys that you've met from the Department of Administration and from the Department of Justice Agency Legal Services Division. So
would that change where we would get that legal opinions?
Yep. So Chair Johnson and Commissioner Hall, It would for the better, I believe. So right now, as Jenny said, you work with primarily the agency legal services at the Department of Justice on kind of an ad hoc basis. Like with many of these commissions or smaller agencies, you don't have a full-time attorney on staff and probably wouldn't be provided one. It just would, the cost wouldn't probably be valued for it. So what it would do is it would more institutionalize your relationship with the Department of Administration. So you would utilize their legal services more often and in a consistent manner, probably working with a more consistent set of attorneys. Of course, if there was something that DOA didn't have specialization in, or they were unable to provide support, agency legal services is always there, but your primary, you would primarily have access to more consistent attorneys at DOA.
To me, that would be the best advantage. I think that, was it Miss Michelle Stone?
Snowberger.
Okay, I think she gave us really solid legal advice, but I felt it was very clear. She was representing Hoffman York and she talked that way. She shared that way. She was passionate that way. They have their own attorney. I felt like we need our attorney. And I didn't feel the comments were so strongly that way. And how I just love them. They're a wonderful group. They've done this. Those are, I expect to hear my attorney telling me what, so I would be very happy with that.
Thank you.
Dylan, I have a question. What models do other states follow? Where do their libraries fall under and how much voice does the commission have in this proposal, or is this more a directive?
That's a good question. I haven't personally done the research into how other states are set up either. I imagine each state is a little bit different, how their state libraries are legally organized. I'm sure we could find that out between, the state librarian, the governor's office and DOA, but yeah, I'm not sure. And we welcome the commission's input. Like I said, a bill has not been submitted or anything yet. So if there are things that you would like to see or not like to see in a bill, we welcome that feedback. And then even once a bill is introduced, I would imagine there's legislators and other interested parties who would have input in that. And so it's not an executive order or anything. It's going to have to go through the legislative process and make sure everyone's got input on it.
Thank you for the
Could I ask Senator Burnett's opinion? Because you've been there.
First of all, Chairman, I have a question for Dylan.
Free to speak.
Would you predict there'd be an hourly savings between D of A attorneys and other state agency attorneys brought in on an ad hoc basis? Or would the billing rate be identical?
We would have to check what rate you've been paying currently for agency legal services. I imagine it probably varies based on the type of legal support that you're seeking. That's all data that, yes, we can absolutely pull, but I don't have it right now.
I have a question, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman.
Please.
I was just wondering what the timeline is for this change.
So depending on how the legislation is crafted, it could be on passage and approval, or it could be after, if there's not a designated date that legislation becomes effective. I believe September 1st is the deadline that it becomes effective. So it would be middle of next year, September 1st, or upon passage and being signed.
The question that I have, Dylan, is about the budgetary process that you described. The process that the State Library Commission currently employs involves the State Library Commission approving our budget and our budgetary requests that go forward to the governor and the legislature. And then after commission action, we work directly with the budget office to input those budgetary requests through the executive planning process. What I heard you say is that we would work then with the Department of Administration. Would they then work with the budget office on our behalf? How would they communicate the importance of our budgetary priorities through that process? And I heard you say that they would not have any authority to change the decisions of this commission about those budgetary priorities, but I just want to confirm that that's the case.
That is correct, yes. And so the budgeting process would be virtually the same. It's just the budget and legislative priorities that this commission passes would be packaged as part of the Department of Administration's package of budget and legislative requests. And the state library would still be welcome to work with the budget office on that. It's just, it would be, I guess, packaged with the Department of Administration. I mean, you know how it goes. It's fairly casual. You could still work with those staff at the Office of Budget Program and Planning. Just as far as procedurally, it would be packaged in with Department of Administration after this commission, you know, takes action on what they want in it.
Dylan, I do have a question. Considering if this merge is official, what does the reporting structure look like within the Department of Administration if the librarian is still part of and reporting to the State Library Commission? What does Department of Administration, what is their role with us?
DOA wouldn't have any sort of reporting role with you guys. I mean, the state librarian would still report to you. DOA just, they wouldn't get in the middle of that. That's not an administrative support role that they would provide. It would still be you acting with the state librarian on anything policy or budget related.
So for pushing priorities forward in legislature, would we have pushback from Department of Administration?
I wouldn't say pushback. I mean, the process right now involves a lot of conversations with experts. You know, the commission puts forward their priorities. We speak with the state librarian and her staff to get that expert input, which would still occur. To an extent, the Department of Administration is still involved in that they provide administrative functions and
Similar to what we do right now.
Entire state. Yeah, similar to what you do right now. And then the budget office is also still involved. So DOA wouldn't have any sort of veto power over your budget or policy priorities. They might be more involved in those conversations between the library and the budget office, but they certainly would just be another person sitting at the table with you.
So we could rely on the Department of Administration for resources as a commission, or would that still come from just library?
So you would retain all of your you know, staff, that your staffing would still be under your control. So you would rely on DOA for, I guess, as much or as little as you want. It would help, like I said, largely in the areas of human resources and legal assistance.
So one area we've been talking about a lot as a new commission is professional development, continuing development, and continuity. Being a small agency, expanding to a much larger agency, would we be able to rely on services at that level, or would that be off limits?
Sorry, can you repeat the first part again?
Yeah, so we as a commission have sought to continue to grow in our roles as professionals in this capacity. And we're exploring and finding new ways to do so. I would believe expanding to a larger agency at the state would, you know, open the door to greater opportunities for that success of the commission. Would we be able to have that ask?
Sure, certainly, as far as professional development and professional resources, you know, once a change would go through, it would probably be, and again, I've watched these commission meetings. So when I say the commissioner of the library, as much as you want to be involved as a commissioner, how much you delegate to staff, the library would probably enter into, I don't know if they'd be formal MOUs, but you'd sit down with Department of Administration leadership and figure out what it is that you need from them and what they can provide, and just line that out for the commission of what services you'll be accessing from them.
Thank you. I apologize for voicing please, other members of the commission.
My question is, if there's two other agencies that, or commissions that are going to go through with, would they all three have to go pass together? Or could one be accepted to be moved and others not? How is that process going to work?
That would technically be possible. Yes, each of the agencies has your own authorizing statutes. And so what you would have to do is within each of the section of Montana code that has your authorizing statutes, each one of those commissions would have to have a section that says that for administrative purposes, you are attached to the Department of Administration. We would have to, right now, there's a section of code floating out there that just says the Historical Society, Arts Council, and State Library are administratively attached to the State Board of Education. And that's all that section of code says. So that section would go away. And then your authorizing statutes would individually say attached to DOA. That would not be our preference, but I suppose, you know, anything could happen in the legislature if they wanted to pull one out, not the others.
Mr. Chair, Dylan, I have two questions. First off, would that mean that Superintendent Arnson would not be a standing member of the commission?
Nope, your authorizing statute lays out the membership of the commission, and so superintendent, unless that section was changed, which we're not proposing, Superintendent Arnson would remain on the board.
Okay, so, and my second question, so besides budget, legal, professional, what are the advantages for us and for the administration to make this change?
I think those are the main advantages. And I mean, you've seen those come up as periodic issues in the past, either in formal audits or just informally as your staff have tried to access those resources from DOA. I think the biggest thing is these three commissions really are the only ones in the executive branch that are kind of floating out there without administrative attachment to an agency. So part of it is just you know, a red tape thing, again, good governance, getting the executive branch in a logical organization. But part of it really is, if you're administratively attached to the Department of Administration, they have an obligation to provide services to you similar to how they provide other boards and commissions that are attached to them. Whereas right now, I don't know that the state librarians ever reached out to the Board of Regents or Board of Public Ed to ask for assistance, but they probably, I don't know if they'd have much to offer.
Best way to contact you and members of the work group moving forward as questions arise, how should we direct that forward? Should we work with state librarian, or how would you like that communication process?
Chair Johnson, whichever you'd prefer, you're welcome to reach out to me directly. My contact information is online, or Jenny can get it to you. It's just dylan.clapmeyer@mt.gov, and my direct line is 444-3188. State librarians welcome to, of course, package your feedback in a more formal manner if you want. And then once we get a draft bill put together, I'll be sure and share it with the state librarian so she can disperse it.
And I just wanted to let you all know, we actually have our first meeting with D of A and the three agencies and the Lieutenant Governor on December 20th. So we haven't had a chance to meet about this yet. That will be our first meeting. So if you have questions, if you think of things before then and you want to email them to me, we can raise those questions at that time.
Sounds good.
Dylan, thank you so much for the information provided today.
I do, if you'd like, I have a brief 45-second, 60-second, just general education update if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay. So in addition to that topic that we just discussed, the governor's education priorities, both budget and policy this session, are really going to be focused on supporting families and educators in the coming biennium. Some of the highlights that you'll see, or I guess themes that you'll see, is a focus on personalized learning and work-based learning through bills to enhance the Transformational Learning Program and Advanced Opportunities Act programs. Those are both with the Board of Public Education, and then the Career and Technical Education funding formula with the community colleges. Those are all some highlights in the governor's budget that was recently released. Additionally, we're going to be enhancing tax incentives for public-private partnerships with both high schools and colleges, again, to further promote work-based learning opportunities, apprenticeships, internships, and other mechanisms to really make sure that students can graduate with industry recognized credentials and be prepared to enter the workforce. The governor has been going around the state kind of unveiling his legislative priorities. He was up in Great Falls to talk about education at Great Falls High. And, you know, a theme that we're really going to see this session, I think, is parental involvement. And he's consistently said that, you know, parents are their child's first and lifelong teachers. So there will be legislation to expand parental involvement through curriculum transparency. And the hope is that that will get parents more engaged in what their children are learning in school and foster a productive relationship there between their kids' school and the families. And then another tool that we're looking at for individualized learning is the Digital Academy. I was actually just on a call with Jason Neifer and those guys this morning. The Digital Academy presents and has provided a real opportunity for kids across the state, regardless of whether they're in a AA or a C school, to get access to coursework that they otherwise might not be able to access. But that Digital Academy was put in place in 2009, I think. And so we're just looking at enhancing its offerings and its accessibility to people across the state, really bringing it into the modern age, especially in light of COVID. There's a plethora of online resources, education resources to take advantage of, and we want to make sure the Digital Academy is competitive. And then none of this work would be possible without quality educators. So we're doing more to make Montana's pay competitive to those entering the teaching profession or those seeking to move here from out of state and be teachers. The governor's budget again builds upon the success of the Teach Act from last session, further investing in that so that districts have even greater opportunities to increase starting teacher pay. These are just some of the priorities, I would say, for the governor's education budget and legislative goals this session to improve academic outcomes for students within the public school system. But we must also open opportunities for families regardless of where they're accessing their education. So you'll also see in the governor's budget an increase on the cap to the Big Sky Scholarship to about $5 million per year. It's currently $1 million per year. And this is going to allow more low and middle income parents to access the education that best meets the needs of their students. And then finally, the governor's working closely with Superintendent Arntzen, the Board of Public Education, and other partners to increase access to personal finance, civics education, and computer science opportunities for all students. And so that is just a brief overview of the governor's legislative priorities, both budget and policy. And of course, happy to answer any questions or take any feedback on that as well.
Mr. Chair.
Speak freely.
And Dylan, I will speak freely. I totally agree with encouraging people from out of state and beginning teachers. But what about the teachers that have been there?
That's a great point. And working with some partners like school administrators, MFP, the school boards, where we're really finding a gap is Montana is about middle of the pack, fairly competitive when it comes to tenured teacher pay, teachers.
In large cities, I agree, but not in rural areas.
Sure. So yeah, pouring through the data at the statewide level, that's kind of what we've heard from those partners. Of course, we can do better for teachers at all brackets, but that where we're really struggling to retain people is there is a massive gap between the entry level pay versus as you get more experience, the pay that gap starts to close a little bit nationally. And so yes, always more that we can do, but we're kind of starting with the low hanging fruit here, which is that it's not attractive for people to enter the profession right now.
Look into the other part too. That would be very, very helpful.
May I ask a question, Chairman? This is speaking for me, not others. I have great concern with the parent involvement and recognition of parents in this process of libraries, both with the books that are available to children and the e-resources. We've discussed that. It's kind of my thing, but we did get a legal opinion today that gives we really do not have rights in libraries to limit what children read. And I don't know where we're going to get that legal opinion. I don't know if it's based on federal law, state law, or what, but I would really like to engage with the Department of Administration on how do we protect children and recognize parents' rights so the kids are not going around the parents into the library to get books and resources, and we're telling them, we can't do anything about that. You just have to get your kids in there and follow them. I think there are a lot of situations where I wish parents were involved. But we're talking about some children who don't even have parents around. We're talking about a lot of children. There are 140 kids in the Bozeman High School who are homeless. You need to let that sink in. So for us to say that there's parent involvement, I hope so. But I personally would like to see us address that we can give better protection for children in
Sure.
libraries.
There's a couple things there I could respond to. The Office of Public Instruction houses the state library standards, and they work with the Board of Public Education to adopt those. So I would really encourage you to, reach out to the executive director of the Board of Public Education or Superintendent Arnson to talk about how that could potentially be incorporated into the state library standards. And you're absolutely right. When I talk to school, parents want to be involved. We consistently hear that, right? And when I talk to school administrators as well, they want parents to be involved as well. It's a two-way street, right? I mean, parents, if the opportunity for involvement is there, we would hope that parents will take it. And so through things like curriculum transparency, the hope is that if districts are sharing, at the beginning of each semester, what they're going to be teaching that semester, what resources they're going to be handing out, what books they're going to be looking at, and curriculum they're going to be covering, that parents have a good idea of what their student is going to be learning and can be engaged in it. And if there's something that they find objectionable, they can find out about that early and have productive conversations with their teacher, with their school district. And so that's the goal, is to foster productive two-way communication and involvement between the schools and parents.
And that's the schools, but the public libraries were responsible for them, but it looks like, again, I have to see the legal opinion where it's from, but it feels as if we don't have, in the public libraries we're responsible for, the ability to give much protection to children.
Sure. And I should have clarified what I was referring to is specifically with the public schools, which house the public school libraries. I'm not a lawyer, and so I'm not sure what your legal authority is over the local libraries, but it sounds like that's something that the state librarian is looking into.
All right.
Did we get all our budget requests? Is that on here?
That's what I was going to review.
Okay,
next.
with or without?
I hope Dylan will stay if you have just a few minutes.
Of course. Yep. I'll just be
Great,
right here if you
great.
need me.
So
Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan.
An update on the state libraries, legislative priorities, and our budget requests. And for new commissioners, in April, the commission adopted our legislative priorities and directed the state library staff to carry them forward to the governor's office through what is called the executive planning process. And at that time, we had requested 2 pieces of legislative change. The first is the reauthorization of the per capita per square mile state aid that is awarded to public libraries that meet Montana's public library standards. In discussions with the commission, we agreed that we would ask for an increase in that per capita amount from 40 cents to 50 cents. And that amount is based on the decennial census, and that we would make that funding available to accredited tribal college libraries that meet the public library standards. There are currently 4 tribal college libraries that serve as their community libraries and have an interest in meeting the standards and being eligible for this funding. And I'm pleased to say that the governor's office has supported this legislation, and the funding for that piece of legislation would be carried forward as a statutory appropriation. And then the second legislative request that is also being supported by the governor's office is legislation that creates the Montana State Reference Network Enterprise Fund. That is the legislation that gives the state library the authority to operate the reference network and to create an enterprise fund that would allow us to charge subscriptions and collect revenue in order to operate the reference network going forward. So both of those pieces of legislation have been approved with your action earlier this morning. We will also then carry forward the two other pieces of legislative change pertaining to the Land Information Act and the NRES Data Advisory Committee. So we'll be working to shepherd 4 pieces of legislation through the process. And I've been coordinating with Dylan and the governor's staff on securing sponsors for those pieces of legislation and getting those introduced into the legislative process. With regard to our budgetary requests, the governor included in his budget a request to realign our federal budget authority so that we have the necessary authority to spend our federal appropriation within the fiscal years that we need to spend them. And I'm waiting to hear back on whether or not our one-time only appropriation request to spend existing Land Information Act dollars to continue to support the real-time network will be approved. And I don't know if Dylan doesn't have any updates typically on budget matters. So I'm waiting to hear from the budget office on that one. We had requested a larger ask in addition to the increase in state aid. We had asked for about 4.8 million to support the funding for the hotspot program, our Montana Shared Catalog, our OCLC Group Services contract, Montana Library to Go, the Courier program, and a large ask for e-resources for school, public, and academic libraries. That request was not included in the governor's budget. And I know that the Montana Library Association and their lobbyists will be carrying that request forward to the Education Budget Committee, sponsoring and advocating for that funding. With regard to the commission's role, we will have a budget hearing sometime in probably mid-January to early February. Last session, it was in February. I welcome all of your attendance at that budget hearing. We typically ask the chair to testify at that budget hearing and be prepared to help you with that process. And then throughout the legislative session, I'll be working directly with our budget chair to shepherd our budget through that process. I will also alert you when there are any legislative hearings on any of our legislation. It's usually not necessary for legislator or for commissioners to come and testify at those legislative hearings. And sometimes they come up on very short notice, so it would be challenging to have you come in time. But with the addition of Zoom, all of those hearings are available online now, and I will certainly share information with all of you when those hearings occur. I will also send out a weekly legislative update to commissioners that will track all of these pieces of legislation and our budget requests and any additional pieces of legislation that we may be monitoring, so that you have timely updates on the status of those particular bills, bills that pertain to the state library directly, as well as House Bill 13, the pay bill that you heard about, and other bills that may relate to our work or be peripherally related to the work of our partners. So you can look for that information coming at the start of the session on January 2nd. With regard to your position on any bills, and Dylan, please jump in and correct me if I say anything that's incorrect. It's my understanding that we will largely be informational on any bills that are proposed, like the legislation that Dylan just spoke to. We would be there to provide information to the legislative committees, with the exception of the bills that we are sponsoring, which we would be proponents of. If you as commissioners wish to share your personal opinions about any piece of legislation, you're of course welcome to do so, acknowledging that you're there representing yourself and not the State Library Commission. Is there anything?
Yep, that's accurate. I'll just stay up here in case there's anything else. But yes, we would expect you to, of course, fully support the legislation that you've proposed and has gone through the budgeting process. And then you as commissioners can act as individuals. But that, as you can imagine, our agencies across state government are inundated with requests from members of the public or legislators to come in on dozens and even hundreds of bills. And so typically the practice is going to be for those agencies to go in as informational witnesses and just provide information about the impact of the law as opposed to going in as proponents or opponents. Of course, it's going to be case by case. That could change, but generally.
Dylan, I'm surprised that we didn't ask this question earlier. Should we be prepared to see the need to switch mid-session and instead of reporting to Appropriations E, report to Appropriations A? I mean, could a transition be that quick, or is it something that's, after legislative session?
I wouldn't see that happening. That would just make the legislature's job more confusing if they were to switch you halfway through. It would be one of those things that would take effect probably in the interim so that you're not starting in Section E in the House and ending up in Section A in the Senate. So,
Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification.
Chairman, may I ask a question of you, actually, Jenny? And you may have touched on this. There were two things I remember specifically. I think you mentioned one. We had voted to put our part-time people to consider them as full-time FDD or something.
Yeah.
And did that go through?
Thank you for that reminder. Those were the modified FTE. We had asked for them to become permanent FTE. That request was not supported.
Okay. And then the other one I remember is we were making a very large request of the infrastructure money to help us make some libraries more ADA. Did that?
That was not supported.
Okay. Those were the two I remember
Thank
discussion.
you for asking.
And would you remind me again, when we've approved this 40 cents to 50 cents, or I
That
don't
was-
remember that, but I'm sure
That
we
was,
did.
that was probably just prior to you joining the commission at the April meeting. this
Okay,
past
then
April.
that's fine. I question my memory anyway.
There's no other questions. Please feel free to reach out to me during the legislative session. You're going to be reading things in the media that you might have questions about, or just if you have questions about process, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dylan.
Thank you.
I think I
Thank
see
you, Dylan.
Aaron back there.
Mhm.
So moving forward on the new business, an action item, Montana Land Information Council report.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner, members of the commission. Again, my name is Erin Fashway. I'm the state GIS coordinator. And basically what we have in front of you is the biennium report to the legislature. And so this memo just basically points us into that direction. So if you could please open that. So every 2 years, we create a report to basically highlight the work of GIS coordination and the Montana Spatial Data Infrastructure and our grant program. And so we've used a similar format as you've seen in years past, and hopefully you've had a chance to explore this report. There is a lot of information, like a lot, and I realize this because we do a lot. I'm constantly in awe of all the work and geospatial information that we are able to put out there. If you just want to click on the tabs, that would be fantastic. Thank you. And so it's very interactive. There's always, I would say, if you see a arrow or a tab, click on it to explore more information. But the first tab just basically outlines our statute. And on the left-hand side, again, there's further information. It just points us and it kind of packages everything up, we hope nicely for the legislature. And so we've got a direction to the council, then the current land plan, and then the draft land plan that's on the agenda up next. And then if you want to click on the budget, a basic overview of the budget, of the funds that we're collecting and spending over time. And then brief narrative about the MLIA budget. And then the grants tab, again, very high level information about our grants program. And then if you want to click on that 10-year award history, we did a snapshot, just basically focusing on the past 10 years of grants so that folks can dive in and find more information besides going to our website and looking at the reports. You can also look at this spatially and just see who's been awarded over time. And then you start to get into the data tab next. And again, this is where it really kind of deepens. This focuses on every spatial data infrastructure layer. So we have currently 15 defined layers, and it does a highlight and a very small narrative on each one. Also, some sort of map associated. It's not, some of these layers are very complex. If you want to maybe go down to, yeah, that's a great one. Boundaries, perfect. So you can see it starts to get a little complicated in the map. If you click on something in the map, it will return information, an example of some of the things that we're collecting. And so I welcome you to please explore. If you ever have questions, if you need a tutorial, let me know. If you go to the next tab, please, it's access. And so this is some of the ways that we make our information available. And then also how it's examples of how other agencies or private companies are using the information that we put out there, and they become dependent upon it. And so we've highlighted a couple apps here from state agencies such as the DNRC, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. We've got a county example. And then if you scroll all the way down, Onyx Maps, which is a great example of a private industry that's reliant upon our data. And then the next tabs, so we've got 5 other tabs after that. Those are highlighting certain initiatives that's very important in some of these projects that we're working on right now. One of those is LiDAR. I'm not going to get into LiDAR today. I don't have Troy with me. But we also have geo-enabled elections, Next Gen 911, the RTN, and COVID-19. And there's some, well, you're seeing the beautiful imagery there. I think we have a lot of beautiful information that we represent from the data that we collect. And again, if you want to learn more about these, we're highlighting these because these are our major initiatives that we're covering right now. And then COVID, you might still be wondering why COVID's on here. Well, we've been continuing to respond to COVID since the beginning. And so we continue to work with the Department of Health and publish these updates weekly. We're waiting for the day when perhaps we're no longer publishing, but until then, we're still supporting the dashboards and the workflows to ensure that this information is still published and available to Montanans and our citizens. So these are these 5 initiatives are, again, kind of some of the things we want to highlight to the legislature. Again, I know it's a lot of information, but we would ask for you to adopt this today so then we can send it to the legislature. And another fun note is that we were the first state agency to ask the legislature to, this is called a story map, to ask and then get approval to have a story map as a legislative report. So it's not just a report that sits on a shelf, it's more interactive and folks can have that over time.
Like I said before, sorry, Mr. Chair, Erin Fatchway is a commercial in herself.
I know. I'm so impressed.
I mean, all you have to do is just, if we could just direct everyone right to this. Hoffman, New York doesn't need to do any work.
I agree. I just wanted to say that I went through this and did really well till I saw LiDAR. And then I said, okay, I am officially claiming my age and moving out. But this is so impressive, and thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hall and other members of the commission and the chair, I want to tell you that we will bring folks in so that you can learn about this over time. And so we will make sure that we've got Troy coming in here and explaining to you what LiDAR is, because it is important. And it's a very expensive product that we're taking advantage of a federal program. and bringing a very valuable data product that meant there's so many uses for. And so I promise you that we will expand upon these in future meetings.
Well, the pictures are beautiful. I loved them.
Wait till you get to the library today.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so exciting.
Aaron, and it's my understanding that that was just the first action item.
Yeah,
You should take action.
just a little.
Yeah.
Is, is there a member of the commission? Do we have a quorum present?
Move
we
to
have a-
adopt the report.
Is there a member of the commission who would like to make a motion?
I move to adopt the report.
I'll second it.
All right. Moved by Commissioner Scribner, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Is there any further commission comment to adopt the report? Hearing no further commissioner feedback, is there any public comment? Hearing no public comment, we move for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, did you catch your breath?
Did you? I would like to thank staff because that is not done by one person. That is, consider that a whole team effort, and even with our stewards that exist outside of the library as well. So a real big thanks to everyone who helped put that together and update it for this year. Okay, next. So this has actually been already discussed today in the land information plan has been discussed in what we would change and what was approved by the commission earlier. So this potentially could be the last land information plan that I come and ask for approval for. This is an update of the FY 2023 plan. And I wanted to outline just the major changes. We didn't make a lot of changes. We've noticed that over time, things were pretty much, our priorities were staying the same and we were tweaking them. And but in order for you to better understand what might have changed from the previous year, I just wanted to call these out and highlight these. And to say that this was adopted and endorsed by the council at the last council meeting. So we made reference to the GIS strategic plan, which was adopted earlier this year on page 8. So that's a whole new section, basically just outlining those strategic goals that we've adopted and are working towards. And then every annual plan, we open it up to the 15 theme stewards and theme leads to update or refresh their priorities. And we ask them to outline their top 3 to 5 priorities. Those are the major things that they're working on. Not a lot of that has changed, but you can definitely look into that section. Because of all the work that we've done on RTN and where the funding is coming from, I thought that it would be important to include the real-time network priorities in that section as well. And I think that basically, yep, that is the major priorities that were, I got ahead of myself there, that were updated. And then there was one small tweak that we outlined basically in the hydro section that we wanted to just clarify that we had made with input from the staff. And the further edit was done after the council meeting. It was very small and minute. So that's outlined there.
Under the hydrography.
Hydrography, yes, that's correct. And I should speak to you about process. Some of you are new. So we left this open for 30 days for public comment and we did not receive any public comment.
Thanks, Aaron. Is there a member of the commission who would motion to adopt the FY24 Montana Land Information Plan?
I move to adopt the
FY24.
FY24 Land Information Plan.
Is there a second? to that motion? Seconded by Commissioner Dubowski. Is there any further commission comment? Is there any public comment on the matter? So again, the motion on the table is to adopt the FY24 Montana Land Information Plan. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
Erin.
you.
All right. So the next item is a nomination for a new member of the Network Advisory Committee. I mentioned to you that Sean Anderson, who we hired as the Grants and Contracts Administrator, had a seat on the Network Advisory Council. So he vacated that seat because he's now a member of our staff. And so working with staff and the chair of the Network Advisory Council, there was a recommendation for a nomination to Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Taylor to appoint Mitch Grady to fill that seat on the Network Advisory Council. Mitch is the current library director at the Livingston Park County Library. Prior to that, he served as library director at the Hearst Free Library in Anaconda, and prior to that, he worked for the Missoula Public Library. So he has a long history of working with Montana libraries and collaborating on our various kinds of statewide projects and programs. We think he would be an excellent addition to the Network Advisory Council and recommend his nomination to the commission.
Is there a member of the commission who would like to move this forward?
I move that we accept the nomination.
Is there a second? Is there a second to the nomination to approve Mitch Grady? Thank you, Commissioner. Motion moved by Commissioner Taylor and seconded by Commissioner Burnett. Motion on the table is to approve Mitch Grady be appointed to the Network Advisory Committee. Is there any further commissioner comment? Is there any public comment? Hearing no further comment, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay.
I think
It's
we're
Marilyn.
to Maryland.
Hello, everyone again. I'm Marilyn Bennett. Genevieve, would you mind putting up the Talking Book Services dashboard, please, when you get a chance? All right, I'm here this afternoon to give a little bit of an update about Talking Book Services after the Utah State Library contract went into effect in June of 2022. So I'll give a little bit of historical information just so those that are new have a little bit better understanding before I talk about what's been happening since the contract has taken place. So in June of 2022, Montana State Library entered into a partnership with Utah State Library to provide more resilient and robust talking book services to Montana patrons. In this contract, USL provides readers advisory, circulation services, and other program enhancements. And Montana State Library will utilize the cost savings achieved through the contract to hire two support staff that will help promote talking book services throughout Montana. The goals of this partnership are to grow the number of talking book patrons, spread awareness of services, and provide improvements and provide more stability and resiliency of the program. The partnership also helps MSL advance toward library services and technology 5-year plan goals. So after 2 really busy quarters, of preparing for this transition and also cleaning up after the transition had taken place. We are now finally experiencing kind of our first quarter of more normal activity. And since this has taken place in June, we have experienced several really positive things that have taken place thanks to our partnership. So this memo is a little bit out of date. This was published before we received the November stats. So the November stats are included in the dashboard, and I'd like to draw your attention to that. So there continues to be a significant amount of increase in the circulation of materials to Montana patrons. In the first quarter of FY23, there was a growth of 82.4% of circulation of materials compared to quarter one of FY22. There's also been a total of 131 patrons added to our services since the contract took place. Staff have attended several outreach opportunities and made very valuable connections with the community. Montana recording staff have produced and uploaded 21 books to the National Library Services website, BARD, which is Braille and Audio Reading Download. Titles include Winter Wheat by Mildred Walker and Lady Blackrobes, Missionaries in the Heart of Indian Country by Irene Mahoney. And Utah State Library has also begun the recording of several Montana books and publications, including The Names of the Stars, A Life in the Wilds by Pete Fromm. And this is not an update that was included in the memo, but I did want to say that for those commissioners and those that don't know what happened, this contract took place only a few days before the flood in our building. And I cannot express how grateful I am for that, because the damage that Talking Book Services sustained in that flood was a lot. And really, who knows how long our services would have been down for Montana patrons. And so I'm just so grateful for this contract with Utah. It's already made such a huge difference in the lives of these patrons, and I'm really hopeful for the future. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, were you able to salvage a lot of your own recordings or?
Yes, actually, it was very fortunate. The water really only fell on two plastic cases, and there were cartridges in the plastic cases, but for the most part, there was no lasting damages to those. We have sent those back to the National Library Service. They have been able to recycle them, so that's promising. As far as our recordings go, fortunately, our recording studio was not touched. We had a flood in, I think, 2020 that affected that area, but this time the more major flood did not affect that area. So thank goodness nothing really was damaged, and we're able to recover really quickly.
Mr. Chairman, how many audio cassettes do you send out a month?
Oh, it really depends. Let's see here. I'll look at the circulation stats. So that doesn't really tell, but our circulation is about 85% more than it had been during this quarter. For us, before this contract took place, I know we had a number at one time, but it's, I think, about 2,000 or so books per month were circulated. And those were one book on one cartridge, whereas Utah State Library has a different way of circulating books. They put multiple books on a cartridge. This helps so patrons can get more books at once, and so they don't have to keep sending things back in the mail, that kind of thing. And also, oh, I just lost my train of thought, but oh, sorry, Evan.
Follow up?
Please.
Does Utah mail the cartridges for you?
Yes, yes, they do.
Thank you.
Yes. Patrons can also access books through the BARD website, that Braille and Audio Reading Download. They have apps that they can put on their phones or their computers, and they can download them directly to their devices if they have Wi-Fi. So.
Marilyn, this sounds like it's been a positive transition. Is there information we need to know as we continue to move forward with this partnership that we should be considerate of.
Would you like me to answer before?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, maybe you could clarify what kind of information do you think?
I should say that the partnership is successful, and the longevity of the partnership I see as continuing to be supported through the commission. At least that's what I'm hearing today. Is there any way we can continue to support the work you're providing?
That's really hard for me to answer right now. I am excited to give you more reports in the future. As I said, we're hoping to hire more staff that would help. That is what I'm really excited for, when we'll finally be able to go out to the community, well, more go out to the community and really make those partnerships with like Blind and Low Vision Services, National Federation of the Blind chapters in Montana, Montana Association of the Blind, that kind of thing. And so at this time, not that I'm aware of, but just knowing that I'll be able to report back to you guys, and I'm sure you'll have more questions and more ideas for me in the future too. So,
Mr. Chair, Marilyn, do you have a relationship with MSDB in Great Falls?
yes, actually, before a few months ago, I would have said, you know, I've only had really minimal contact with them. But I was really fortunate enough to be able to make a visit to them this fall. And I was actually able to, I wouldn't say give them one of our collections, but they were able to take parts of our collection that we no longer needed because of this contract. And they were really grateful to receive it. It was really great to meet them. I met several staff members, and that is another organization that I'm looking forward to growing our partnership with.
Robin, just for clarification, for new members of the commission, could you clarify what that acronym stands for?
MSDB, Montana School for the Deaf and Blind in Great Falls,
Sorry about that.
Montana.
Chairman Johnson, if you shared this before while I was out of the room, I apologize. We pay Utah, and did that lower our budget for Talking Books? How does that work? And I think Evan had a comment at one point, and I didn't want to miss out on his comment.
There was a cost savings assumed with transferring this part of the responsibility of the program to Utah. We did decide to move forward and utilize those cost savings to expand our outreach for the program so that we can reach all of the patrons that qualify for these services. We talked a little bit about this last night at the orientation, and I think I'm not sure what percentage that is utilized, but it's, I don't know, would you say it's
Under
20%?
10%.
Under 10% of the patrons in the state that would qualify for these services use them. And so it's really imperative for us to use the cost savings that from this contract in order to reach those other patrons.
And I would encourage you not, I know maybe that you can't do this, but in addition to the our blind folks, my daughter lives in a group home here in Helena, and they can't read. And during COVID, it was horrific. 9 months of being locked down with just a television was awful. And this could have been a resource. I'm gonna get weepy here. This is a resource that would be an incredible blessing to our disabled population who can't read. And yeah.
Thank you.
Chairman, permission to speak?
Please, Commissioner Dubowski.
Would you attribute the drastic increase in usage to your outreach efforts?
There are several things that contribute to the increase in circulation. The first being Utah's model of using multiple books on one cartridge. Right there, that just made a significant increase in the amount of books going out, because you can get up, I think, up to 30 books on a cartridge, which is crazy to us when we're used to one, but our patrons really seem to love that. Also, yes, I am making a concentrated effort to grow our partnerships with those organizations throughout the state. During COVID, it was hard, as everyone knows. Zoom just really isn't a good solution for that. But now that we're able to go a little bit more, I'm definitely trying. But I think those are really the main reasons for the jump in circulation.
Please.
Mr. Chair. So can you explain just real quickly, do they select those 30 books that they have on the cartridge, or are they like a standard 30 books?
So both, actually. So it's really up to the patron. What I really, really love about this is it can be very interchangeable for a patron. They can select exactly what they want. They can tell their patron, I want 30 Patricia Conroe, and then next I want Lillian Jackson Braun, the Cat Who series, that kind of thing. Or there are those patrons that just say, I like Westerns, only send me Westerns. I don't care what it is, just send me those. So it's really, really up to the patron. They decide exactly what they want.
Mhm.
Thanks, Marilyn.
I just had a couple of quick, I think that 2,000, I think that was weekly.
Oh,
'Cause
weekly.
We often have back when we did circulation, we often would have 200 cartridge
That's
days,
true.
500 cartridge days.
Math
those
is not my
kinds of
strong
things.
suit.
So I think it's about 2,000 to 2,500 a week, so 8 to 10,000 a month. We don't generally think about it in monthly terms. It's just, but we can certainly get that information.
No, but how many did you say?
Cartridges, 8 to 10,000.
Wow.
Yeah, for a month. And it's gone up significantly. So. The other, she mentioned that the cartridges were not damaged, thankfully, but a lot of the equipment was, and of course the building itself was heavily damaged. So even though we were fortunate not to, especially our masters, for example, not have those damaged, we would have been unable to circulate for a substantial amount of time. My guess is we probably would not have been up. We probably on July 3rd would have started negotiating with Utah. And so it would have been in whatever time period, probably about 3 months to get a contract in place and get that operating. That would have been the best or the quickest we could have done. So, and then the other thing I'd mention is, as she indicated, the reading or the recording studio itself was not damaged. However, a substantial amount of equipment from other places in the library was shoved in that area. So the fact that we've been able to continue to record through this is a real testament to our recording program. So thank you.
And I just wanted to address Commissioner Johnson's question about what the commission should be aware of and how they can be supportive. Like was said earlier, we estimate that we're only serving about 10% of the eligible population. And Commissioner Hall, I suspect that your daughter would probably be an eligible patron. And we have arrangements with different kinds of institutions where we can start to provide these services. Some of those changes have come because of recent changes in the National Library Services definition of who is eligible for this program, which is governed by federal guidelines. And so there is a need for this concerted outreach effort. And we are now finally in a position to be able to start recruiting outreach staff and directing some of that cost savings to hire more staff that can help us promote the program. But we have a ways to go if we want to truly serve the population that we think can benefit from this. And so I encourage you to continue to monitor and ask us how we're doing, the progress we're making, and what resources we may need to continue to grow the program.
I would like to just share with you that I just retired from the Montana Disability Council. The Montana Disability Council, it was a lot less work. But anyway, we do have a grant process every year that we have to spend $500,000 from the federal government. This would be an absolutely perfect matching grant, and I would love to visit with you about how we could apply for that grant next year. I just can't imagine they wouldn't be thrilled with this.
Good. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to check real quick with Genevieve. There was a notice on the screen. Are we good to continue?
Okay.
Perfect. So we'll continue with the state library report.
Well, and I'll be brief. You have the information in your report that includes our FY23 work plan dashboard, so you can see the progress that we're making on our current work priorities. You have in your report the monthly report to the governor that we've been able to prepare and present to the governor. That OGSM, I think, is a really nice snapshot for you about what the current priorities are, what we have accomplished, what is in progress, and what the measurable objectives and outcomes are that we expect from those kinds of projects, as well as kind of what is on our work plate in the next month. So if you're looking at one particular report from us each commission meeting, I would point you to that OGSM report that we're preparing for the governor's office. Is that a monthly? That's a monthly meeting. We're not able to meet with him every month depending on his own schedule and priorities, but we are preparing the report every month.
Jenny, I have a question. As when we talked about earlier about the increased communication with the awareness campaign, is this where you would like us to go look for communication, or are you being more deliberate with emails and text?
Yeah.
What type of reporting would you expect?
Yeah.
Would it look like this?
Well, let me ask for your feedback. Obviously, I haven't had a chance to talk to Addie, but what I'm thinking about is we determine some kind of cadence of a report, maybe every 2 weeks or once a month, something like that. We have a standing date where a written update is prepared that's available to you. We can share that on the website. And then we would just have a standing Zoom meeting, say it's the third Friday of the month, where it's a standing notice meeting. And if commissioners are available, they can drop in and have a discussion about what's in the report, something like that. And then in terms of the outcomes of the awareness campaign, particularly when it comes to use of our different programs and services, that use would be reflected in the dashboards for those programs themselves.
Yeah, I'm not telling you how to do it. I'm just saying I really like how you pull out the strategy, the initiative, who and how you're measuring it, and then where we're at.
Good.
I just really like it.
Good. I appreciate that. And then under news to know about, we just wanted to share with you an article from the Lewistown News Argus about the Montana Memory Project. It's always fun to see that kind of information about our different programs. So thanks to Jen for sharing that with us.
Was that it?
Unless there's any questions for me.
I want to make clear that I don't want to micromanage. And that's why I wanted that one motion about a liaison separated out, because I wouldn't be willing to be it. And so I was not going to assume that any of you wanted to put in that kind of time. And I don't think that is our job. I think some of this is just based, like I said, on past transparency and trust. I think we've got a new step forward. We're doing great, and that's good. I wanted to explain what I meant when I said the comment about the attorney. I want that very clear. Somebody on the commission, wasn't actually me, asked, is it legal to have a liaison? And the attorney answered with a great emphasis on how good Hoffman York was and how much they did and how much she appreciated. That was not an answer to our question. Our question was a yes or no. You can legally or not. That's what I meant by, I don't want that confusion of who are you representing. When I have an attorney who's representing us, she needs, or he needs to just answer for the commissioner legally our questions. And so that's what I meant by that. That was not meant as a personal. I think that comes from us not having an attorney who understands representing the commissioner. Anyway, I'm really excited about moving forward, and I don't think we need to set time for any updates from Hoffman York. Personally, I think when you feel like I trust you to know we're going into a phase here where we're going to be spending some money and putting something out or doing something big here. We've gathered all our information. Here's our ad campaign, or here's who we're reaching out to. I'd love to hear that. But that's kind of, I think there's too much here. Do you agree, some of you?
Thanks, Tammy.
Good.
So there's one more action item.
Two more.
Oh, you guys. So we have a consent agenda. We have meeting minutes. Would we like to, and a comp time policy update. Would we like to have the three of those together, or would we like to do them separately? Okay, can I have
I move to approve the minutes.
thank you. Is there, okay, motion to approve the minutes from October and November 28th. Is there any changes or edits before I move this motion forward?
Thank you, Genevieve. Very good job.
Perfect. Is there any further commission comment? Any public comment? Those in favor of the motion to approve the minutes from October and November signify by saying aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next, comp time policy update.
I'll take this unless there are any particular questions. This is an administrative update to our comp time policy that the commission saw at your October meeting. It's clarifying some of the language and aligning some of this language with the Department of Administration's Montana Operations Manual so that we are consistent with them, and then clarifying the distinction between exempt and non-exempt employees. This is a policy that had not been reviewed by the commission in many, many years. So this policy will appear on your regular policy cycle. We're attempting to review these kinds of policies at least every 3 years. So a long overdue policy update. Sharon is available if you have any additional questions.
Sharon, I do have a question. And if you don't have an answer today, that's fine, because it's really not about the way the policy is written. It's about, do you regularly see maximum accrual of comp time at agency staff? Because the reason I ask that is, do we need more staff?
Always.
They're looking at me. That gaze is directed my way.
Yeah, maximum comp time is only approached by our state librarian, who we encourage to take time off. Other staff do not come close to maximizing that comp accrual.
Are you listening, Jenny?
So does
hear
Jenny
me.
need more help? Maybe.
We need a directive.
See, thanks for bringing that up.
Balance, work-life balance, I think is important. But no, getting back on topic, the policy as written, the updates, I support. Yeah, so is there any?
I appreciate that question. That's a good question.
I wanted to address two questions made earlier, one by Elsie and one by Miss Robin over here. I want to encourage that we reflect not just national averages on payment and not just automatic, but work and appreciate. You had mentioned about the starting teachers. And I was a teacher in the system, and I was elected to the school board. And one of my goals was to get those bottom salaries up. And I had a really good system because we'd replace the people at the top, because the top salaries are very, very good in a small town, even compared to the rest of the people in the community, maybe. But those are very good. The middle ones are okay. The starting was pathetic, and we thought we'd take that money and put it down. And we ran into a brick wall with the union, because the union's all negotiated by people at the top, and their viewpoint was the same as doctors. I went through this, so can you. The money will remain mostly middle and top. Now, what I think Elsie was trying to get at, because she deals with that like we did, is that just, is there room in there for helping out people who really go an extra mile? and I'm not pointing anybody out, except Tracy Cook. I'm on the Federation. I had the opportunity to be on the Federation Review Board. I can't tell you the amount of work that woman does. And I would encourage you to go on and see the history of the Library Federation. It was mind boggling. And so, but I know they get paid for their projects, but I'm just saying, is there room in there for you to do things?
I think the easiest way for us to handle those kinds of situations is through the pay incentive program that's allowed for in the pay policy. And those are usually one-time lump sum awards for performance.
One time per fiscal year. Or calendar year.
We've implemented as one time per fiscal year. In terms of ongoing pay, because our pay is tied to the state market analysis, there's probably less flexibility for ongoing pay unless we wanted to, you, the commission, wanted to pass some kind of exception to our pay plan policy because, you know, like teachers, librarians are not paid as well as other kinds of professionals. And right now our policy says we pay in accordance to the state market analysis.
Is there a motion to approve the comp time policy update?
I move we approve the comp time policy update.
I second.
All right, moved by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Scribner. The motion on the table is to approve the comp time policy update. Is there any further discussion from members of the commission? Any public comment? Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Last action item. I would just like to say for the record, as we talk about defining the agenda moving forward, it is stated that we would be at this action item at 2 o'clock and it's now almost 4. So something I'll do better is be more prepared for an agenda setting moving forward as being a.
I don't think the evaluation was on the agenda, was it?
It was at the very beginning.
Okay. I thought that might be a little off.
We've had good conversations and I think that's good to note. I'm not saying don't have conversations.
I only have one thing to say about the schedule. Friday, go Bobcats. Okay. We're in the national quarterfinals. I just thought it should be up there. Especially because of our chair.
I think we are divided. We are divided.
In April, excuse me, Mr. Chair, in April, we will be in Billings, correct? In February in Helena, right? Do we have rooms yet? Oh.
Did I know
We'll-
that?
Yeah. We'll get on that one.
Okay, could you tell me that again?
Well, it's the list of dates.
Right.
Billings.
Is in
April's in
right, I
Billings.
see that here.
Mhm.
Okay, but the rest are in hell.
And one thing I mean, although the date is not on here the next day following the meeting, I think it's important that we continue to mirror the model we've done for the past 2 commission meetings and have some type of ongoing training the next day. That seems to be supported and conversations I've heard today. Seems that would continue to be beneficial to the commission. Knowing that February is our next meeting, I'm not saying we need to do it in February, but April would be the next time, and we really wouldn't be able to do that in April. Yeah, and just as we talk about succession planning, June 14th, you may have 2 new commissioners. Peggy and I, our term limit is up before then, so.
Is it 2 years?
And so Peggy replaced Connie Behe, and my term limit is up at the end of May.
Turn around.
So something we need to be mindful of in April is, we'll see. We need to- Yep.
Will any of these be Zoom or we don't know at this point?
We'll make all of them available via Zoom. So if that becomes necessary, that is an option. Like it's noted, the April meeting is at the Library Association Conference. And then we can have a discussion at a future commission meeting about possibly holding one of these meetings at another location around the state. That's typical for August or October for the commission to hold their meeting at another library in another area of the state. So we can have that conversation at a future meeting.
Is there a member of the commission who would support the 2023 meeting dates?
I move we accept the 2023 meeting dates.
I so move. Second.
Thank
I
you so much.
second.
Motion by Commissioner Taylor, second by Commissioner Scribner. The motion on the table is to approve the 2023 meeting dates. Is there any further discussion from members of the commission? Is there any public comment? Hearing no further public comment, I call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we have completed all business on today's agenda. Is there any other business or announcement not on today's agenda?
And Jenny, you said all the new people and all their data is on the,
Is there more?
Could you just bring up the commission members page?
and do the two new people know about the library, or they probably have the email, but you can get an email address? Or,
After after public meeting, then we'll discuss the email.
yeah.
So
Wow,
just scroll
look at-
down, go ahead and scroll down.
Okay.
Once we change emails, then that will be.
We'll update that. Yep.
So hearing no further business, that concludes all action items. Since this is a public meeting, I now call for the time for public comment. Is there any further public comment? Hearing no other discussion, may I please have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I would move to adjourn the meeting with appreciation for Dalton having completed his master's program as of right now.
Thank you so much.
I'll second it.
So just a quick update to everyone, although the meeting is adjourned, we do have IT training.
Yeah, quick 5, real quick, just to get you guys going with the emails.
Yeah, so, and Patricia's gonna continue to use her work email, so she has a work email, but at the request of the commission, we've established commissioner emails for all of you. Mike Lighthizer is here to walk you through setting up both the security access as well as to demonstrate how to access your new email addresses. And this will be quick and he has handouts, but he has also assured me that he's available to provide one-on-one support to you if you have need of continued support.
And I'll pause the recording now.
And I would suggest that you work with the knowledgeable people